Thank you for the presentation. We're now going to go to our public speakers in this item, and then we'll come back to the board.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. There are 119 total requests to speak on this item. The updated numbers are 5 group presentations in opposition, 92 in-person speakers, and 27 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 49 e-comments, 25 in favor, 20 in opposition, and 1 neutral. And then there were 54 individuals who registered their opposition to the item but did not wish to address the board, and 1 individual who registered they are in favor of the item but did not wish to address the board. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone on this item, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll begin with the group presentations. We'll begin with the group that includes Stanton Hom, Olivia Castreson, and Gabrielle Ramsey. And that group will be followed by the group that includes Brady Orshall, Lavia Smith, and Jennifer Patterson. For the group's benefit, you'll have 10 minutes to address the board. All individuals in your group must provide testimony during that 10 minutes. I'll ask each speaker to state their name for the audio record, and I'll ask you to self-regulate your time using the timer on the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabrielle Ramsey. I'm a second-generation born and raised San Diegan and a mother of 3 vibrant and healthy kids. I also represent the 3,000-person Future Generations community, and I'm here to oppose medical segregation.
Hello, my name is Olivia Castrejon Solis, and I'm 11 years old. This past year and a half has been very difficult for me. First, my school shut down and my church closed. I had to move to virtual learning, and that was very stressful and dumb. I miss seeing my friends in person, and when I finally got to return to school, it was only for 2 half-days a week. The rest of the week, I was expected to attend Zoom classes, which were boring and made it hard to learn. When I was on the school campus, there were ridiculous measures in place. We could only walk in one direction around the school, no matter how many people were in the hallway, and that made the walk to the bathroom twice as long as usual. We had temperature checks before we entered the school, and there were plexiglass dividers everywhere. It didn't look like my school anymore. Plus, we had to wear masks the whole time except while eating. I could barely hear my teacher through her mask. I couldn't hug my friends or even see their faces. It made me very sad to keep 6 feet away from them. It was hard to breathe in a mask. I often felt lightheaded and nauseous while wearing one, but it seemed like my teachers in my school didn't care about my health. They wouldn't even accept my medical exemption. And masks don't even stop viruses from being transmitted, but they do cause headaches and other symptoms. And they put children at risk from bacterial infections, dental cavities, and high blood carbon dioxide levels. Also, kids are almost at 0 risk of getting seriously ill from COVID, so vaccines on children make absolutely no sense. And thank you for listening to me. Have a good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors, I don't envy your position at all. I did want to address Supervisor Joel Anderson just because I've been in your office when you were up at the State Senate.
Sir, if you can please state your name for the audio record.
Oh, sorry. My name is Dr. Stanton Hom. I am a prenatal and pediatric chiropractor at Future Generations Clinic of Chiropractic. Set. Am I good? And so, Mr. Anderson, I don't know if you remember the hallways with SB 277 and SB 276. We have 119 people that want to speak today about these specific issues that what we see in our county is consistent elevation of, some people call safety, some people call responsibility, many of us call it tyranny. Nathan Fletcher, you're a former Marine. You've served this country in defense of the Constitution, and you hold a position that's very key at this stage that is actually an oath to support and defend the Constitution. For me, I had 2 members of my community come speak because these are things that aren't heard. When you see a mother cry about how this operation, whatever you want to call it, has affected our kids and our families and stands boldly against, because we know what's coming next, right? We know what's coming next in terms of vaccine passports. We know what's coming next as far as like, your kind is welcome in the store, your kind is not welcome in the store, right? In a sense that my family emigrated from this country 3 generations ago. They chose California. They fled communist China from 2 different countries, China and Taiwan. And here I am today with my child who will never listen to any of these guidelines or whatever it is that you're actually doing, and she will actually be a second-class citizen. And so at the end of the day, when we have a child speak and talks about how this entire process has affected her life, I hope you guys are listening. Prior to this 18 months, do you guys know the rate of chronic illness in kids? 54%. Do you know the rate of learning disorders in kids? 1 in 6. Do you know the rate of special needs requirements in kids? 1 in 4. And talk to any educator, talk to any doctor, talk to any parent, talk to any counselor, talk to any school psychologist, OTs, PTs, speech pathologists, and they tell you that it's rising. That was before. That was normalized before. In fact, by the medical community, they would say, that's just normal. They'll grow out of it. But what we have with our kids today, whether it's masks or mandatory quote-unquote vaccines, which will probably come next, or the vaccine passport, or distancing, or isolation, or whatever you want to call it, is what we are programming children in this generation and foreseeable future generations to believe, which is a lie, Dr. Wooten, that their healthy, asymptomatic bodies can harm or kill their friends or family or anybody unknowingly. I need you to sit with that and recognize that that's today. I've been taking care of families in this community for 11 years, and I've seen this amplification of chronic illness in our children that no one has recourse, no one can reconcile today. But they come to our office and we see this shift in their trajectory, we see their systems heal, and I ask you this question, with a 99.998 survival rate with our kids, with no known cure, how do they do it? With 11,546 adjustments last year in my office, without any mandates, any playing by any of your rules, illegal rules, by the way, EUA products cannot be mandated, and a 1,000-person event in December and a 1,500-person event without any deaths or cases, these numbers that you're showing are just to forward the fear, just to forward the narrative. There never lists any mild cases. There's never any list for asymptomatic cases. There's not any list for how many people recovered, because you only want to see one side. And then you forward your agenda as we go. And so when it comes down to this moment in time, I care about the children before this all happened, and I care about the children today, but I care about them when they're raising their families in 10 and 20 years. And the level of tyranny, the level of oppression, the level of psychological operations that's been normalized, in fact, paraded and celebrated by even our mayor, saying that he's going to give a mayoral proclamation to any business that allows for vaccine passports. Mr. Anderson, the hallway and the number of speakers is just like SB 277, just like SB 276. I was at the Capitol when 2,500 to 3,000 people marched in and weren't allowed to speak their case, which is why we put a group up here. But at the end of the day, what we know is that on your end, it's rigged. You know what you're going to vote in. And what I will tell you, that Mr. Fletcher, please look at me on this one. These children in 10, 20, and 30 years will continue to procreate and raise their children with a belief system that their healthy bodies will harm or kill someone else. And who's going to take account for the rises in suicides? Who knows those numbers? Who's going to put those up? Who's going to talk about the rise in mental health? Who's going to talk about the rise in chronic illness? We had another supervisor that was here saying that her child has a known speech delay, and she said for the collective good that she's going to vote this in anyways. What I'll tell you is that I wish she came to my office. I wish I could tell her that the 99.998 survival rate of kids, if they get it, is how they're made. That the fact that we can, like there's several of you in masks and there's several of you that aren't in masks. What the hell is that about? How the hell, like, does anybody not reconcile that? And so at this point, I implore you to consider whether it's passports, whether it's mandatory illegal vaccines, there are 0 long-term inert placebo-controlled trials for any vaccine, let alone this one, or it's distancing lockdowns, or it's masks. Let's end the theater and save the kids.
The next group will be Brady Orshall, Lavia Smith, and Jennifer Patterson. That group will be followed by the group that consists of Mary Panek, or Macy Panek, Cindy Paris, Joseph Weber, Kathy Neubauer, Julie Holm, and Jocelyn Paris.
Hello, my name is Laura Smith. Thank you for listening. I represent the people. My heart is deeply burdened by what's happening in our country and state, and I'm against vaccine passports and mask mandates. Vaccine passports is discrimination, and it's a step towards communism. I am frustrated and pissed off at our city, America's finest city, that you all support masks and vaccine passports for a virus that has a 99.96% survival rate. The talk of vaccine passports is not about our health. It's about power and control. We, the people, should have the choice. We live in America where our freedoms still matter. This mRNA gene therapy experimental vaccine should never be a mandate. Even China has not formally mandated the COVID-19 injection. Why are we? The vaccine is only approved for emergency use and not FDA approved. And forcing everyone for a virus that can't be controlled through a vaccine is un-American, I think. And it's 40% effective, and it doesn't stop transmission or give immunity. And even the CDC director, Rochelle Walensky, admitted earlier in the month the COVID-19 jab doesn't prevent transmission, especially the Delta variant. What is the point of these mandates except to destroy the lives of San Diegans? We are being threatened with our jobs, of entertainment and sporting experiences if we don't take the jab. The COVID jab is an experiment, and vaccine makers have 0%, zero liability, and there is zero data what the long-term effects are going to be. According to VAERS, there are already 585,000 severe adverse reactions and 12,000 deaths, and that has doubled since I spoke 2 months ago. Even the H1N1 vaccine ceased after 45 million injections because 51 people died. 51! And 12,000 people have died in 6 months. Why are we still administering these injections? 15 days to slow the spread has turned into the most damaging 18 months to keep it going. We've been lied to, coerced, manipulated, and no one is being accountable for the damage that has been done to our city. Masks do not work against COVID, and the lockdowns have done more harm than good. Our kids are suffering. Children's Hospital is inundated with depression and suicide attempts. We simply cannot stand by and allow politics to matter more than the people. It must stop.
My name is Brady Orschel. Who am I to be standing here today? I am just a mother, daughter, sister, friend, and I was one of the millions of people who were sleeping for decades. I am here on behalf of my 2 young children and the millions of children who will inherit this earth after us. Do not come for my children. And for the thousands of Americans who can't be here today, and the ones who are too afraid or not strong enough, for the ones that still don't see what is going on in our country or are too blind to see it, we are fighting for you. I am here with one message and one clear message that I want to echo through this room and into rooms of other city buildings throughout this great nation, the United States of America. I am going to need you to pay attention, and thank you for those who are paying attention. And that is, when tyranny becomes law, resistance will become our duty as American citizens of this great nation. We do not answer to you. Your authority comes from God, and you all have crossed the line. We have only one authority we answer to, and his name is Jesus Christ. You all have taken advantage of the American people for far too long, and we are here to tell you that the show is over. We know this is fake, and your fear-mongering tactics won't work anymore. You have shown your true colors and have been lying to us for far too long. And for what? For thousands of Americans to lose their livelihood from their family businesses being closed for good? Thousands of Americans killing themselves because pressures you put on them. Children being abused, children committing suicide. You don't allow murders to walk the street, yet all of you are. Because that is what you have done throughout this whole charade. We know this has been planned for a very long time, but as I mentioned before, we were sleeping during that time. But let me tell you, you have awakened sleeping giants, and we are not going anywhere. Millions of Americans across this nation are standing up against the big bad government. This is your sign to listen to us. We, the people. I will end with this. We came here peacefully today, abiding by your rules, listening. But listen to me when I say this. We are done. When the time comes, and I feel like it's coming soon, we will not be pleasant anymore. We are no longer going to be sitting on the sidelines. We are ready to stand for what's right and what we were born to have, freedom. It will be time for you to meet who keeps this nation alive. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let us be and leave us alone. And to the ones watching and listening to this message here today, obeying tyrannical rules and ridiculous mandates is supporting and allowing tyranny to settle into this free country. Decide what side of history you will be on.
Hello. My name is Jennifer. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a pediatric registered nurse for the past 8 years. I have sacrificed precious time away from my family to care for the most in need, even if that meant sacrificing my own health and safety. Nurses have been running into danger for the past 18 months when no vaccine was available. The number one thing we were taught as a nurse is not to cause any harm to our patients. We are taught not to coerce, manipulate, or threaten our patients into getting a vaccine or to have a medical procedure done without informed consent. We are taught not to judge and to respect the decision of patients and their families, even if it went against our own beliefs. If the government really cared about the health and well-being of its citizens, then the jobs and livelihoods of thousands of healthcare workers would not be at stake. All throughout the pandemic, healthcare workers were deemed heroes, trusted by society to keep the community safe and healthy. Who can take the place of those well-experienced nurses when you want a team of brand new nurses who require intense training? We are still in a pandemic. There's no time for that. Most of the things nurses learn is through experiences, not school. If the government really cared about its citizens, then it would care that the second leading cause of death in ages 10 to 34 years of age is suicide. As a pediatric nurse, I am a mandated reporter. All of you guys are muzzling and abusing our children day in and day out. You are the ones I should be reporting. I have another speech because I have enough time. I had enough thoughts and opinions on my mind that now that I have enough time, I'm going into my second speech. My name is Jennifer once again. I've been a pediatric registered nurse for the past 8 years, despite what other groups have called me online, which is an idiot and an actor that wears scrubs. I promise I never took an acting class in my life. Instead, I chose a career that fulfills me more than anything, taking care of my fellow citizens. Throughout my 8 years, I have seen countless children come and go, being cared for by the best healthcare system I once knew. These children would have conversations with me about their home life and school and friends. That brought joy to my life. That sadly has come to an end. I no longer hear children excited to go back to school. Instead, I hear them begging for behavioral health therapy. Over the past 18 months, I've noticed what used to be loving and friendly smiles have disappeared and been hidden behind these masks. Children, more than anyone, have fallen victim to your tyrannical agenda. These children are losing their sense of self. They're losing hope and faith. I hope we can come together and instill faith back into the community, that we still have leaders that will do the right thing. Let me remind you, this is not a right or left issue, this is a freedom issue. You cannot muzzle the truth. You will not muzzle us or our children. Lastly, be the beacon of light that our children look upon for the hope of their future to be the best they can. God bless.
Thank you. The next group presentation may begin, and this group will be followed by a group that includes Terry Engel, Tracy Garcia, Alan Conrad, and Raquel Hall.
Hi, my name is Jocelyn Paris, and I oppose the local emergency.
My name is Kathy Neubauer. I pray for all of you every day. I pray that you know your Lord and Savior. What you are allowing to happen is unspeakable. Do you know what depression is like? Do you know what suicidal depression is like? I do. I've been there. But you know what? I only answer to one person, and he's my hope. And I will keep my focus on him, and I will be okay. But I've got children and grandchildren, 2 of which are injured. But that is not a mistake. God doesn't make mistakes, and he will make happen something good out of all of this. I read the last chapter. I know how it ends, and for that I have hope. I pray that you will have ears to hear and a heart that is softened. And yes, God bless you all, because we are all equal in his eyes. Thank you for your time.
I'm Julie Holm. I live in Chula Vista. Department of Homeland Security retiree after 35 years, 7 months, and 10 days. Vietnam conflict era veteran. All of it. And the way in which you do not support the U.S. Constitution, you have tread on my back as a service member, and you are treading on the flag. May God have mercy on your souls.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Kay Panic from Bonita, and I totally disapprove of this health emergency. I have grandchildren that I want to live in a free society, living under the Constitution. Please stop this.
My name is Cindy Paris, and I'm from Ramona, California. And I thank you, Helen Robin Myers, for paying attention. I've watched you the whole session, and you, Mr. Desmond, you have been paying attention the whole session, and I really, really appreciate that. And I know I'm not going to change your mind, Helen, or you, Miss Wooten, or Nathan Fletcher, but I want you to know that you are going to answer to a higher power than even us, the people. And we are going to do what you don't think we can do, because the elections seem to be rigged. But we are going to have our voices heard, and we will overturn this emergency declaration if we have to. And we will outvote you in the polls and at the polls.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Joseph Weber from Ramona, and I just ask you for a few more minutes of your attention. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, all you that are looking this way. If you could just get off your cell phones and give me a few more minutes. Good afternoon, Nathan Fletcher and Board of Supervisors. I'm here to thank you for exposing yourselves as willing to sell out your country for your personal gain. I thank you, officer, please pay attention. I thank you for awakening the people of San Diego County to the depth of corruption in San Diego County. I thank you for uniting the growing number of citizens who are swarming together to end this corruption, starting with this group who have set their arrogance against their neighbors and friends to destroy them. I'm going to try this one more time. I'm just going to reread the law to you and see if you can catch on. Government Code 8558, which is your standard that you called this local emergency, defines local emergency means the duly proclaimed existence of conditions of disaster or of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the territorial limits of a county caused by conditions such as epidemic which are or are likely to be beyond the control of the services, personnel, equipment, facilities of that political subdivision. Let me try and break this down simply to you. Let's go over each point in this. Joel, do you have us all memorized? Duly proclaimed. The authorization cited in the 14 February 2020 declaration of a pandemic in San Diego County was the World Health Organization who declared a pandemic for the world. The World Health Organization is not an American entity that can declare a pandemic in San Diego County. You cited the wrong duly elected group. The word pandemic is found nowhere in U.S. California law or either U.S. and California constitutions, and therefore cannot be declared in San Diego County. You used the wrong terminology. Existence of a disaster or an extreme peril on February 14th, and I have all the documentation from your numbers taken from the web, there were 0 COVID-19 deaths or illnesses according to the health officer's own data, which indicates that no disaster existed. On 19 February 2020, Greg Cox stated in the ratification that while the current local situation remains stable, this is what you used to ratify her illegal declaration of a local emergency. Our situation was stable by your own chair's words. and you guys continue on with this false local emergency. Indicates no extreme peril ever existed. As of today, the San Diego County Health Officer has not produced material evidence of a SARS-2 virus 100% isolated from any of the few thousand deaths or illness or thousands of illnesses attributed to COVID-19 that have occurred. Therefore, no extreme peril has been demonstrated or proven, which is what you called for, Jim Desmond, and you never got her answer. You never got the proof. As stated in the San Diego County Health Officer's presentation, given to you over and over again, to the Board of Supervisors and presented on her own website, the percentage of deaths was, in March of 2020, let me start that over. I want to get this straight. 0.00032%. Do you think that's an extreme peril? No. I doubt it. And never exceeded 0.11% at the highest numbers that you have stated in your reports. 0.11%. There is no extreme peril. There is no disaster occurring, and you all know it, and you declared this falsely. You overstepped your authority given to you by the people of this county and this state. Therefore, by the law's definition of a local emergency, the San Diego County Health Officer and the past and existing Board of Supervisors do not have the authority to declare or ratify a local emergency in San Diego County and still do not. Next part, beyond the control of the San Diego Emergency Services, since there was no extreme peril, nothing has ever gone beyond the control of the emergency services. And the one great thing that President Trump left us was he stationed a military medical ship off the coast of California with instructions that if any hospital in California was ever overwhelmed, send the overlord to that ship. Wilma Wooten, how many beds did San Diego County use on that medical ship? 0, because you didn't want to make President Trump look good, did you? But that's against you. The Board of Supervisors, although seemingly ignorant of these facts, can redeem some integrity by proposing right now to rescind the initial declaration of a local emergency and make every health order, rule, regulation, fine, and law, or any action that authority is null and void.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up,
Are
sir.
you going to do it?
Sir.
If you're not going to rescind it, then I am here, officer, to make a citizen's arrest. And I have 119 people behind me that are willing to make a citizen's arrest. Are you going to register the arrest of these people?
Sir, your time is expired. Your conduct is disruptive.
We're
We're
here
asking
for
you
a
to please
citizen's
stop.
arrest on these people.
Sir, this is your second warning. Your conduct is disruptive to the meeting. Your time is expired. Please allow the next speaker to speak.
My conduct is not disruptive. Your conduct has been disruptive.
Sir, that was
you
your
are
second
under
warning.
arrest. By the 14th Amendment, you have automatically...
Please escort you out of the meeting. This is your third warning. Your conduct is disrupting the function of the meeting. Your time has expired. Please take a seat or be removed.
You're denying my right to arrest you.
Please
Are
take
you
a seat
denying my right to arrest you?
Sir, please take your seat or you will be removed.
You did a good job. Okay.
This is your third warning. Your time has expired. You can't impede the next speaker's ability to speak.
Then you're all guilty.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Am I ready to go?
Ma'am,
My name is Tracy Garcia.
Before you begin speaking, the last group presentation after this group will, or the individuals Gabrielle LaBelle, Durban JVR, and London JVR.
Ready? Hi, my name is Tracy Garcia, and I really do appreciate you paying attention to me. And I'm here not because I want to be here. I'm super nervous, and my heart is beating, but I'm going to do this because I feel I have to do this. There is no proof that the COVID-19 shots administered are safe or effective. People have been led to believe that this is like our past vaccines that would use an actual piece of a virus in the vaccine. And you all know that this is simply not true. Instead, you are getting instructions to cause your cells to create spike proteins, a known toxin, to purposely replicate a pathogen throughout your body, maybe forever. We don't know. and hope that it will create an immune response or infection response. They never measured immune response or infection response in any of the clinical trials. And in past years, when they did do animal trials for this type of vaccine, the animals did okay at first, and then they came in contact with, when they came in contact with coronaviruses, they all died. Everybody knows this. I know you all know this too. They died. The CDC and all the agencies that are pushing their recommendations are lying, and people don't know this because we can't speak usually anywhere. These are safe and effective. They're not. At best, they don't have any data to support this, not even you, Dr. Wooten. What we do know so far, and everyone should look into these facts, is that these shots don't stop or slow the spread of COVID or variants. This is already known. They say this. They admit this. This is not what it's meant to do. It's supposed to like lessen your symptoms when you get COVID, which you probably would never get. And if you used other things, you wouldn't be in the hospital. Anyway, I'm side note, sorry. Back on track. We do know so far that myocarditis is huge right now, happening at double the rate that it used to. That there's unusual blood clotting. You all know this. You're hearing this. There's tons more heart attacks and strokes being caused by blood clotting that is coming from these vaccines. Are you still with me? I see a lot of people not with me right now. I really need your time because I'm shaking here, but I'm doing this because I have to get this message out. It also negatively affects fertility. I'm not going to go into that. We know that. Then finally, the VAERS report, which is only showing 1% of what's really there. It's a Harvard study. They know that no one's reporting to this, but this is the only reporting system we've had for decades. They're reporting 12,000 or more deaths. There's a whistleblower that says there's 45,000. I'll go with the 11,000. The system is so far behind in reporting, it's way more than that, we know that. And even with that, and these numbers that are so probably way too low, the number of severe adverse reactions is well over 240,000. The swine flu vaccine in 1976 was halted after only 26 deaths. How many have to die from this COVID shot before we halt this and take a look at what we're doing? What is going on? People need to have all the information before taking a shot that is irreversible. Does everyone know that in this whole world that's watching this right now? Once you take this and make this huge decision for yourself, it's irreversible. You can't stop it. So you better know what you're putting in your body. Why would you want to inject someone with a potentially lethal substance anyway? But we have these known therapeutics. Dr. Wooten, you know about HCQ, ivermectin, budesonide. So many doctors and scientists have been showing and working on the front lines that this works. Why don't you want that to be on the forefront of what we're doing for our community? If people are informed of these risks and choose to get the shot, that's fine. That's their personal decision. It's all of your decisions. Go for it. The Nuremberg Code of 1947 says that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Why are you pushing San Diego businesses to require an experimental injection that has no proof of safety or effectiveness? The propaganda and the coercion is off the charts and purposely creating division and anger in our own community. Point Loma people have been convinced that they have to do this and that other people that don't shouldn't live, really. Not only should vaccine mandates never be implemented, but the media and the county board representatives right here need to stop pushing it. Start telling the truth or resign. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Raquel Hall. Thank you for having us. Have you ever thought to yourself, I wish I was alive in the time of Hitler just to be able to make that a difference to try to stop that psychopath, that crazy lunatic from mass murdering? Have you ever thought, how in God's name was that lunatic able to get away with genocide and the leaders helped? Why? How? I'll tell you how. It was a slowly over time, over many, many years. It was a strategic process and it took a long time. These lunatics created massive fear. They installed paid-off leaders, one position at a time, starting from the bottom up. the bribes, the threatening of the families until they got what they wanted by force, even if they had to commit murder, and it was at all cost. These lunatics shut down the economy and stalled panic many times repeatedly over the years. These lunatics turned its people against each other and divided the country. They made the public hate, and I mean hate each other. Neighbors were calling authorities on one another for breaking small tyrannic laws. As they watched their neighbors being carried out and murdered, it became a normal way of life. Did you know that Mark Dice was recently in Pacific Beach conducting a study asking people to sign a petition to imprison those who are unvaccinated? He received hundreds of signatures in a short amount of time. Can you believe this? People signed to imprison other citizens. It was a test to see how evil people really are. And the idiots saw nothing wrong with watching people who have the right to decide what goes into their bodies imprisoned. Now, the ironic thing is we are told by the CDC, those who are vaccinated are the very people who are creating this new Delta variant. Now, do you want the same laws? Do you see how these lunatics are turning us against each other? Communism is here. Wake up. The fake leader of our nation who can barely form a sentence, and his evil cabal lives behind gated communities with armed bodyguards. These people open up our borders to the world, allowing dangerous people to enter. Other countries are laughing at us while they empty out their prisons. America is now leading in #1 in child sex and human trafficking and slavery. We're #1, courtesy of the Biden regime. Many come with COVID. They are being forced vaccinated, but the lunatics in power are telling us to shut up, get the shot, muzzle your face, and close our businesses and schools. These lunatics hate America. These evil lunatics hate us. Have you ever thought, how the heck did China become a communist country ruled by tyrannical governments, harvesting organs from live people? Yes, if you don't know this to be a fact, then you're still watching the communist channels like CNN, Fox, ABC, and all the C channels. C for communism. You should be listening to Mike Lindell, General Flynn, Thrive Time Show with Clay Clark, Dinesh D'Souza, War Room with Steve Bannon, The Little Talk Show, Brad Barton, and we know with LT, X22 Report, Jeremy Harrell, Epoch Times, Beyond the Noise, Eye Opener, and the list goes on and on with true American-loving patriots who are fighting for our freedom. There are so many people fighting for our freedom, including everyone here, but the hatred is stopping the brainwash from seeing the truth. Just the fact that I have to stand here before you begging for my freedom, begging to keep our schools open, begging to open up our businesses and stop more from closing, begging the very businesses that we the people created shows that we have lost our freedom. Defund the police. Have you all lost your mind? Are you serious? Defund the police. This is crazy people talk. How did we get here? We were born free by God. Our Constitution was written us to keep us free. Those who wrote it knew crazy people would try to enslave us. The freedom is not yours to take, or the crazy government that pays you off. They do not have any right, and you do not have any right to do this to us. Mark my word, the very people that pay you off will turn on you, every single one of you. These lunatics, once they get what they want, you'll mean nothing to them.
Ma'am, you have 1 minute remaining.
The promise they made were lies. I know you will regret it, but it'll be too late. We are at war with the very people and leaders who are supposed to protect us, the very people we love and trust. The sooner we realize this, the sooner we can get back our country. Never shut us down. We will not comply. We will never stop fighting. We will never give up. God wins. Thank you for your time.
One of the most important values in the United States has always been individual freedom. Individuals have always been protected by constitutional...
Can you please state your name for the audio record?
Terry Engel.
Thank you.
One of the most important values in the United States has always been individual freedom. Individuals have always been protected by constitutional guarantees. They have been promised that their individual basic rights will be protected by their government. Our government has enacted laws to protect individuals from discrimination and mistreatment based upon their medical status, their religion, race, ethnic heritage,
Thank you. Your time is up,
Protection of the individual has been a basic American value since the
Ma'am,
founding of this nation.
Your 10-minute period for your group presentation has expired. We need to hear from the next speakers.
I haven't had much of a chance to speak.
Well,
I have
your
a short...
group had 10 minutes, and your first speaker took the overwhelming majority of it. So you've got to follow the rules of procedure, and we've got a lot of other speakers. So your time has expired. We're going to ask you to please take your seat.
I absolutely oppose this taking away individual freedoms and rights of the individual to choose what is injected directly into their
I
body.
need you to take your seat, please. Next speaker.
The remaining group in opposition is Gabrielle Labelle, Durban JVR, and London JVR. Again, that's Gabrielle Labelle, Durban JVR, and London JVR. We'll move on to the individual speakers. We'll come back to them at the next appropriate time. I'm going to be calling individual speakers in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. We'll give you time to come to the chamber from the overflow rooms. The first group of individual speakers is Lana Cotton, Shira Donsky, Anna Holmes, Michael Summers, and Tracy Moran. You may come forward in any order, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. Individual speakers will have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Lana Cotton. The government states that they are following the data, following the science, but specifics supporting their mandates are never given. The following information is from America's FrontlineDoctors.org. The size of a virus particle is much too small to be stopped by a surgical mask, cloth, or bandana. It would be like throwing sand at a chain link fence. It doesn't work. On the other hand, bacteria are 50 times larger than virus particles, and they remain trapped inside the mask, resulting in the mask wearer continually exposed to the bacteria. The fact is, after reviewing all the studies worldwide, the CDC found, quote, no reduction in viral transmission with the use of face masks. A study in Taiwan concluded that the use of N95 masks in healthcare workers caused them to experience a low level of oxygen in the blood and elevation in the blood's carbon dioxide level. Studies of simple surgical masks found significant reductions in blood oxygen as well. The statute granting the FDA the power to authorize a medical product of emergency use requires that the person being administered the unapproved product be advised of his or her right to refuse administration of the product. This right is rooted in the Nuremberg Code of 1947. The law is very clear. It is unlawful to conduct medical research, even in an emergency, unless steps are taken to secure informed consent of all participants. You are promoting the idea that a mask can prevent or treat a disease, which is an illegal, deceptive practice. The FDA EUA for surgical and/or cloth masks specifically stated, quote, the labeling must not state or imply that the mask is intended for antimicrobial or antiviral protection or related, or for use such as infection prevention or reduction. Children have a statistically 0 chance of dying from COVID. The CDC shows the K-12 mortality rate from or with COVID is 0.00003. Any intervention must cause fewer harms. Requiring them to wear a mask may put them in an increased risk of infection, having a far worse outcome, which generates liability to those illegally mandating investigational medical therapy. Don't mask our children.
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, my name is Michael Summers. I'm 71 years old, and I'm not living in fear of COVID or any other flu virus. A few thousand years ago, a great Greek philosopher, Plato, broke information down into 2 camps: knowledge, which contains certainty, and opinion, which is not certain. The decision for the mask and vaccine mandates is not based upon knowledge, that is, conventional science. It is voodoo politics. Your mandates are based upon your conflicting opinion. The CDC and other corporate mouthpieces are no longer a trusted source of medical information. Your opinion, based upon conflicting and politically censored information, is not a basis for draconian and un-American mandates. No one has come forward with a substantive scientific argument for mandates. Therefore, you do not have the scientific, moral, or political authority to override my personal freedom to exercise my right to reasonably determine what is best for me and my family. I ask you to give credence to liberty based upon the ideals of the Constitution rather than upon the opinion of compromised media, medical, and political ignorance, and rescind your COVID mandates. When all the smoke clears, how do you think your decisions will be judged? Thank you.
Hi, my name is... Sorry, ma'am, before you begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers. Kay Jacobs, Sean Fredrickson, Patty Stottlemyre, Alan Curry, and Amy Reichert. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tracy Moran, and I'm curious, what is this obsession with getting shots in every arm? A phrase that we keep hearing relentlessly now. I believe it's just more propaganda in training humanity. But plenty of us know that these shot mandates and vaccine passports are not about protecting public health. And how do we know that? Because one, they don't include the COVID recovered who have robust immunity. And two, we can all now see the avalanche of so-called breakthrough cases in places that are highly vaccinated and provide good data, like Israel, Iceland, Gibraltar, the UK. We see what's happening there now. And so no longer, given all that, can the lie be sustained that these injections are the way forward. In fact, requiring people to take part in this medical experiment to participate in daily life is discriminatory. And in California, it is illegal according to the Unruh Civil Rights Act and 2 sections of the California Health and Safety Code, one of which, Section 24172, says individuals must be given the opportunity to decide to consent or not to consent to a medical experiment without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, coercion, or undue influence on the subject's decision. I would say the threat of losing a job is coercion, wouldn't you? I wonder, what will government officials and unelected public health officers mandate next? It's time that we all stand together as we affirm our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Shira Donsky. I just noticed that this gentleman here, Andrew, took his mask off briefly, and I was happy and celebrating, but that didn't last very long. So I'm gonna start with a prayer, because God is everything, God is everywhere, and God is our life. And right now, God, we just come to you, and we ask that you change our thinking and align our thinking with the right thing to do for our communities, and for our cities, and for this country, and for our planet. We are lost. We have lost our ways, and we need help. We really need help. So, God, please help us, and please get through to these board supervisors who have honestly cut you off. They've cut you off. I think they're just best friends with Satan right now. So we're just hoping that you will reject Satan and all of his lies, and that you will turn to your Creator today, so that you have some salvation. You can only keep up a lie as long as everyone is going to believe it. And right now, the amount of truth that is spreading on this planet is massive. We know the truth, and we know that these lies have kept us in slavery. You are all liars. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Is this kindergarten, folks? By the way, you're all fired. It's just a matter of time. You're going to be convicted of fraud, and may God have mercy on you and spare you the death penalty, which many of our leaders will be getting. We will not be a nation divided by lies any longer. We are uniting right now in our communities in God's truth, and we are not going to stop uniting. A fake and fraudulent media-driven virus? Really? A fake pandemic? A fake emergency order? And now fake deadly shots? It's enough. I don't have to go over the numbers because they were already reported.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
God help you.
Hi, my name is Amy Reichert, and I'm with Reopen San Diego. I just want to say there is something really unique and special that is going on in San Diego, unlike other big cities. I mean, look at this turnout. Today, we had a rally, and there were hundreds of people here at 9 o'clock. There was a line of people at the entrance that went all the way to West Ash. I actually asked one of the sheriff's deputies who's worked here for 6 years, and he said he's never seen a crowd like this.
6 years. 6 years.
I actually work full-time in marketing. I'm a volunteer for Reopen San Diego. I don't get paid one dime for doing this. I actually took today off from work, and a lot of other people took time off from work too. And I just want to say this, Nathan Fletcher, I saw your press conference yesterday, and I saw your announcement recommending that San Diego employers require that their employers get the vaccine, and if not, be tested once a week. I actually work for a big corporation, and my CEO has a message for you. He's not gonna do it. Go pound sand, Nathan Fletcher.
My name is Kay Jacobs, and Mr. Fletcher, can you please look at me while I'm talking? Because you haven't looked at anybody while they've been talking. What I'd like to talk about is the PCR test and how this has been, it's the house of cards, it's the fraud. Carrie Mullis invented the PCR test to replicate DNA strands in the laboratory as a tool. It was never intended to detect a live virus. He was found mysteriously dead after he spoke on this. Then a Mr. Drosden from Germany got a hold of his model, his computer model for this PCR test, and rigged it to be amplified at amplifications that make just about anything become positive for COVID. The president of Tanzania, himself a PhD in chemistry, he sent in 8 liquids to laboratories using this PCR test, including oil and juice and water and 5 other liquids. All of them came back positive for COVID. He was found mysteriously dead. 5 presidents in the world have been assassinated for speaking out that their countries weren't having any COVID problems at all because they weren't using the PCR test to make people think they have a virus. That's what happened. Now, I want to ask you a question. Would you buy a new brand of toothpaste that had already killed 50 people? No, because that toothpaste would not be allowed to be sold. Would you buy a new brand of furnace that has burned down 100 homes? Heck no, because that furnace would not be allowed to be sold. Now, we're at over 12,000 deaths for these injections. Do you know that you can't even take a little kitty cat to a veterinarian to get an FDA-approved rabies shot until that veterinarian has given that kitty an exam to make sure that kitty is...
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah.
Board, thanks for your attention. My name's Patty Stottlemyre. I'm a registered nurse, and I live in District 3. Dr. Wooten, are there different vaccines in Massachusetts than California? Because I have a report here right off of the CDC's website that says a report from July 21, Cape Cod, Massachusetts, there were 469 COVID-19 cases, and 346 of them, 74%, occurred in fully vaccinated people. And right off the CDC's website, it says of the 5 hospitalized cases, 4 were fully vaccinated. And quote from the CDC's website, I'm quoting, preliminary evidence suggests that fully vaccinated people who do become infected can spread the virus to others. So because of this, there's no scientific basis for discrimination based on vaccination status. Furthermore, the CDC vaccine adverse reporting system is reporting over 545,000 adverse reactions to this experimental vaccine, including 12,366 deaths. What product other than this experimental biologic would still be on the shelf with this kind of result?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, my name's Alan Curry. Here's that chart, Wooten. There's a chart that tells you that. It overrides every study you got up there, your fake models that put out by England. It's just fake models. Tell the truth. This is from the CDC. It overrides everything you put up there. Let's talk about documents. 2 years ago, Paradise Fire. Paradise Fire said, masks do not work. Do not wear a mask because it will not protect you from smoke that you can see. The virus, 0.1 microns, your blood cells, 7 microns. 70 times larger than a freaking virus. And you're going to tell us these masks work? When you stop lying? Sacramento Health, not recommended for masks. Elderly, heart condition, asthmatics, and children. I repeat again, children! Wake up! Washington Health, do not wear a mask with one strap. Do not wear a surgical mask. Will not protect you from smoke inhalation. Smoke inhalation is 2.5 micron. The virus is 0.1 micron. Do I got to drill it in your head? Yeah. And if you're saying droplets, I got information here, droplets. Have you ever seen anybody vape? 6 foot distance, are you kidding me? Right there. Vape goes right through your mask, the droplets go right through, it doesn't do any good. Canada Health said, Michael Wu, that the blue mask put graphene into your lungs just like asbestos. Look it up. We have had enough. The people here, I've served in my Navy for 20 years, but don't thank me for service. You know who you should be thanking? The cooks, the plumbers. Everybody here did service to the country. They're the ones you need to thank. Open this country, knock your nonsense off, trying to get these businesses shut down again with your edicts. Enough of this.
Before you begin speaking, I'd like to call 5 additional speakers.
Go for it.
Eli Komai, Cara Smith, Nirvana Hankins, Lou Uridel, and Melanie Burkholder.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for taking your time out of your busy day to come here and listen to your constituents.
Can you please state your name for the audio record?
Oh, forgive me, I'll start at the beginning. Hello, my name is Sean Fredrickson. We meet again. There's been a video that's gone viral from your constituents that are really trying to help you understand what they want. You seem to ignore them. I will tell you what they're saying. This COVID pandemic has ended, Nathan Fletcher. Wilma Wooten, we realize where you're getting your commands or your dictates from. Nathan Fletcher, we realize what you're doing too. We are here as your constituents to tell you this is over. San Diego is no longer under your rule of thumb. Nathan Fletcher, you need to know we're coming for you too. There has been a recall that's been started for one dictator. There will be another if necessary. Your constituents are here, Nathan. Do you see them? They're up here, Nathan. Are you looking? They're making noise, Nathan. Do you see them? This must be difficult for you because your authority is being pummeled by the people. We're here to inform you, the people have spoken. COVID is over. The numbers you've stated are propaganda. And Wilma, as a recap, here we go. Last month we went through this, so we've got to finalize. Do you know how many deaths happened in the month of July? Nathan? 36. How much propaganda are we going to use for the death of 36 people? How many rights are we going to take? And Nathan, how many lies are you going to continue to propagate? The time is now, people. Either you get removed or you stand up on some truth. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nirvana Hawkins with a W. I am here as a mother. I'm a mother of two by myself. Okay? The whole pandemic, I worked. I delivered food. The whole pandemic. I worked 2 jobs. I work at a school that I sat out there on that lawn trying to convince the principal that I am not a virus. I work for campus security. I have to uphold the rules of the school. And I love these children, okay? He sat there and he told me, well, you don't have a vaccine and you can't come on campus. A mother of 2, possibility of losing her job to provide because of your lies. Your lies. Are you going to be responsible for my children if I get a reaction from this virus? 2 kids without a mom, and now possibly without a way to provide for them because of your lies. You have convinced these parents that I'm a disease. Go ahead, keep rolling your eyes, because this is real life. I have to deal with this. I do. 13 seconds. I have to go in there tomorrow with the possibility of losing my job and will to provide for my children because you guys continue to lie. Something to think about.
Hi, my name is Kara Smith. I am from...
Sorry. Can you restate your name, please?
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Kara Smith. I'm from Supervisor Jim Desmond's area, and we're thankful to have him. I just want to say, first of all, about the vaccine, that people are justifiably refusing, skeptical, or hesitant. I mean, since the beginning of this pandemic, we've been lied to, manipulated, and censored and silenced. Also, there's a lot of adverse reactions. You forgot to mention that in your presentation to the vaccine. I suggest that you guys move to make a resolution that there's no vaccine passports and that employers are not allowed to require vaccines from their employees. It's a gross infringement of freedom. And you know what? People that want to get vaccinated, they can now. It's available, and I'm really happy that they have that opportunity. But everybody should have the right to assess their own personal risk based on whatever risk factors that they may or may not have. So why is this the only thing that we're talking about? Yes, we want to mitigate risk, right? But we know things. Like, for example, age is a huge risk factor. The older you get, the worse complications or possibility of death with COVID. There is another one, metabolic health, that is never even mentioned. In fact, if an obese person loses a moderate amount of weight, the prognosis, should they get COVID, improves drastically. In fact, there is a linear correlation between elevated BMI and severity of complications with COVID. Yet while this is true, do you promote healthy diet, movement and exercise instead of an experimental vaccine? What about promoting and making accessible whole foods, meats, fruits, and vegetables, and access to fitness? Because this also mitigates risk, which is all the vaccine does. This isn't about health, and I would say it's just about control, but really I don't even think it's that. I think that really it's like the politically safe thing to do, which is what you guys are doing. And I just ask that instead of just doing the politically safe thing, do what is logical and with critical thinking. Thank you.
My name is Lou Yurdell. I'm the owner of Metroflex Gym in Oceanside. It's been 18 months since people have been so scared of dying that they gave up on living. I'm here today to talk about recent recommendations to ask employers to do your dirty work. Asking them to mandate vaccines is another misstep in a parade of failures of our government. You want to know why there's so much kickback on this? We simply don't trust you. And why would we? It's gone from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to show me your papers if you want to work here. It went from stemming the flow of the ICU overflow to eradicating a virus that'll never go away. The proof is in Israel with the highest rates of vaccines and many more breakthrough cases than ever seen. Masks didn't work, stay-at-home orders didn't work, and lockdowns will go down in history as one of the greatest blunders of our time. We talk about personal responsibility in getting the vaccine. Dr. Wilma Wooten, not once have I heard you or any other health officer talk about the importance of the fact that 78% of the people admitted to the ICU were overweight or obese. You nor our elected officials, minus Jim Desmond, have ever mentioned the effectiveness of maintaining healthy weight, exercise, proper nutrition, vitamin supplementation. Not a peep. We are talking about health? We talking about health? Instead, we get wear a mask, stay home, close your business, and take this shot, none of which boosts your immune system. Don't talk to me about personal responsibility until every employer is held responsible for injury resulting from this shot when they require it, or big pharma companies are held liable. I'm gonna make this real simple for y'all. I will never, and I mean ever, submit to any request or requirement to wear masks or vaccine mandates. I will never submit to rules that segregate or dismantle people and put them against each other. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Sarah Maurer, Brittany Mayer, Sharon McKeeman, Caleb Dominguez, and Nick Taylor.
Andrew, Helen, before I begin, I just want to see if, is Nora Vargas with us? Is she online? Is she on Zoom? Nora, are you with us? Nora's out of the building. She's out to lunch.
No, I'm not. I'm here.
Nora, good to hear you. I don't see you, but it's really good to hear from you. Hopefully you've been enjoying the comments so far. All right, I'll start. Once I see the timer, yeah, it's ticking. My name's Eli Comey, resident of the city. I just want to say, the staff, you're doing an excellent job listening. I also like your attendance. You're out attending so far the elected officials of this governing body. So keep it up, keep listening. A lot of good truth bombs. If you want to, take notes. It's fantastic. I know you're all smart people. If you're dumb people, you wouldn't be sitting at the seats you're in right now. So I trust you'll use your noodle. Let the words that are uttered today, just know we're not doing this for ourselves. We're doing this for our community. We're doing this for others. Like I said earlier, the first time I was up here, I don't want to be here. I'm doing this for other people. So I appreciate everything that you do to listen, to take into account everything that is said. And I hope to see, and I want to applaud the board for powering through their lunch hour. I thought you guys were going to go to recess at 1 p.m. You're powering right through it, and I don't want to take any more time. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Melanie Burkholder, and I'm a Carlsbad resident. I'm also running for office. I came this afternoon primarily because I'm a mental health therapist. While I would love to be talking about supporting our police to fully engage and do the protect and serve as a former Fed myself, I think that's really important. I came here today to talk to you about mental health. And while I know some of us are wondering if Mr. Fletcher is writing a novel, it's actually not what he's doing. If you just check out his Twitter feed, you can see what he's been doing for the past couple of hours. I think we deserve the respect that we are giving you by addressing all of you. 18 months ago, I became aware that I was not allowed to go to church and worship God. I couldn't have my children in sports to play and be physically active. And then I couldn't send them to school. And so I became what is known as a mama bear, and I am a mental health therapist. So I went on the news and said, hey guys, we don't know what we're doing to these children. These children, look at them up there. There's 10 or 15 children up there. We don't know what we're doing, what the implications of this masking and isolation and everything that we did to these kids over the last 18 months. Guess what? It's 18 months later. We do know. They're committing suicide. There's an increased rate in suicide attempt and ideation. I'm seeing it in my own practice. Fear, phobia, anxiety, depression, ADHD on the rise because we put them in front of a screen for a year. This is not acceptable. And while I know you are a governing body, most of you are parents. Dig deep. Dig into that feeling. If that helps you make the right choice moving forward with the COVID response, we need to fight for our children. That's what we're doing. We're standing in the gap. We're doing what any of you as parents would do. It's not personal. I signed up to protect and serve once. I'll do it again, and this time it is personal.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
I'm Sharon McKeeman. I'm a mom of 4, a military wife, and the founder of Let Them Breathe. I already called on you to honor our inalienable human rights that we're entitled to just by breathing. Those include being able to choose what does or does not go on or in our bodies. It also includes life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Wilma Wooten, you talked about cases rising. What you didn't talk about is the suicides rising. You didn't talk about the mental health disorders that are deadly that we're seeing our families battle every single day. Also, our teachers, our healthcare workers, our military, if anybody, they are the ones who they're standing in the gap for us. We trust them with our lives. We absolutely should trust them to make their own medical decisions. We should be standing, you all should be standing against government overreach and medical segregation, but instead you are recommending that all employers require vaccines. So in this meeting, I have heard you speaking about immigration, about people that are fleeing oppressive regimes and persecution. You're right, America is a beacon. It is what people hope for and run to. If America violates our human rights, if America is not free, and America covers the next generation's faces forcefully and coerces our taxpayers and our breadwinners, then where will people flee to? What do we have to hope for if we can't hope in America? It doesn't matter what your party tells you. There is a judge, and your actions will be weighed in the balances. Time will judge you. Be on the right side of history. Stop the political theater. We do not consent. We will not comply. Thank you, Jim Desmond.
Nick Taylor speaking. What's the point of wearing your masks? And I'm looking at the speakers. What's the point of wearing your masks if you're going to take it off as soon as you open your mouth? Because when you're not speaking and your mouth is closed, how is the virus going to spread anyway? So only when the opportunity for the virus to spread can happen is when you remove the very thing that you claim protects the virus from spreading. But to your credit, the masks don't work, which means it's stupid. The vaccines can be deadly, which means that they're dangerous. And mandating a vaccine or wearing a mask is dangerous to this country and the freedom. When a person suffers from mental defectiveness, we offer them disability services. When they suffer from insanity, we send them to a psychiatric ward. When they act dangerously, we send them to prison. But when they're stupid, crazy, and dangerous, apparently we elect them as chair and vice chair of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors.
My name is Caleb Dominguez. I'm a resident of Chula Vista. Nowhere do I read in the Constitution it is your job or any other bureaucrat's job to decide what I put on, in, or do with my body, given I'm law-abiding and of sound mind. Under your 18 months of self-entitled oligarchy system, you have trampled without remorse or recourse upon the most basic human right, the right to life. Here's a fact you can't deny. There are more of us than you. If you keep treading on our way of life, I promise there will be a revolt that you have stoked on your hands, leading to your downfall. We, the people, are endowed with unalienable right to life and how to live it. Destructive to this end you have become, and now it is within our rights to throw you off your seats. And you have perverted this republic, and we are going to overthrow you for it. I'm here today not to do any convincing, but to bring a warning. After 18 months, you've already chosen to ignore our liberties. Just know that when government repeatedly trespasses these limits of authority, liberty-loving Americans will rise to stand between you and all they hold dear and sacred. This moment is now. The same cause for freedom that birthed this nation burns in the hearts of every patriot that stands by me. The same cause today that has the courage to stand up to this generation's tyrants and to those who espouse its unconstitutional, inhumane policies. Americans are defiant and we are rebels, not because we are anarchists or criminals. We just know our history and we know what tyrants look like. Their goals never change. They are wanting absolute control and the destruction of every freedom. We are not your lab rats. We are not your servants. This egregious medical rape of a vaccine you're pushing is the line you will not cross. You continue to suffocate our children while you suffer none of the corruption you permit. I am resolved to take my country back to one nation under God. Righteous leaders will take your seats for your betrayal. History will say, and I and every patriot, that for this cause we will defend. We will fight to pass the torch of freedom and not a hammer and sickle.
Hi, I'm Sarah Maurer. It's been 550 days for 2 weeks to slow the spread. 550 days of a state of emergency? Let me remind you, it is a constitutional republic that guarantees protection of individual freedoms and liberty and due process. This includes medical intervention, due process. Facts. 91% of San Diegans aged 61 to 69 have received the vaccine. 98% of San Diegans 70 to 79 have received the vaccine. This is the vulnerable age demographic. Do not treat us all as if we are in the same risk category. Facts must inform public health. Do not give the general public mandated or coercive health orders. That is anti-science and anti-American, especially when anyone over the age of 12 can get the vaccine if they choose to. You do not have the power to punish all of us collectively as a group. Enough of the arbitrary anti-science orders and power-drunk servants with authoritarian power. The government has no right to impose its will on us without our consent, and we do not consent. Shame on you for attempting to coerce business owners into standing between citizens and constitutional rights. You, our public servants, must have forgotten that you were elected to represent us, your constituents, and we do not consent. It does not stop with the Newsom recall. We will remember you from the top down, those participating in this political theater. We, the people, have the power to remove you. We do not consent to this absolute nonsensical tyranny, which is in violation of our rights. We will constitutionally resist. And for those who try to tell us, hey, this is temporary, it's simply a means to an end for everyone's health, may your chains lie lightly upon your wrists. Thank you, Jim Desmond.
I'd like to call forward 5 additional speakers: Paul Henkin, Samuel Duth, Mike Borello, Larry Seitz, and Diane Ake.
My name is Brittany Mayer, Rooted Wings on Instagram. Nathan Fletcher, I tagged the heck out of you, so I'm sure that you are very familiar with me. Jim Desmond, thank you for your work. Wilma Wooten, this is also directed at you along with Nathan Fletcher. America is not a hospital. California is not a hospital. San Diego, it's not a hospital. This is a constitutional republic that guarantees protection of individual freedom and liberty and due process. This applies to our individual pursuits of medical interventions and health practices. San Diego is not a hospital floor that we collectively have checked into that subjects all patients to equitably prescribed medical care with no due process. Our Constitution does not secure for government power to impose forced equity in medical mandates and interventions or the power to punish carte blanche. There are 3.338 million people in San Diego County, 3,811 people who have died with COVID. Of those, 96%, 3,652 had comorbidities with hypertension, diabetes, cardiac disease accounting for the top 3. Median age 77. That is a total fatality rate of 0.1%. 3.338 million people. That is a clear affinity for a specific vulnerable age and health demographic with majority fatalities prior to available treatment options and prevention. 91% of San Diegans, 60-69, received the injection. 98%, 70-79, received the injection. We remove consent from treating us like we are patients in a hospital ward. We are done. The consent of the governed is removed. We will not comply. We do not consent. Nathan Fletcher, you are on notice. We will constitutionally remove all petty tyrants beginning now.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker.
We should.
Hi, good afternoon, San Diego. I'm Paul Henkin. I'm sure that most of you, probably all of you, at least in this room, have heard about the Provincetown incident where 469 people got COVID, 75% were already vaccinated. 5 were hospitalized. 4 of those people who got hospitalized were vaccinated. Only one was unvaccinated. No one died. But I mean, you know, the atmosphere of fear and hysteria and even paranoia just overrides all these messages that, I mean, it tells pretty much anyone who really thinks about it. I mean, COVID is not as dangerous as it once was. The immunizations aren't really doing what they should be doing. You know, there's a really serious problem in this city, in this country, of trust for medical people, doctors. I mean, even politicians, of course, who keep spouting all these ridiculous things. Don't accuse anyone of the unvaccinated people of spreading this. And I mean you and you and...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
I don't know who else has spouted this crazy lie.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, Ms. Wooten, I took vacation today too to deliver a report, supplement to your report, numbers that don't get reported by your agency.
Sir, can you please state your name for the audio record?
I'm sorry, my name is Mike Borello, Carlsbad. These don't get reported by your agency. They don't get reported by the mainstream media. They don't get reported on any of the media outlets. And if you try to post them on social media, they get censored. These came out of VAERS as of August 13. The deaths associated with the 3 COVID-19 vaccines for all U.S. locations now is 12,791 cases, of which 36% of these deaths occurred within 2 days of the injection. According to the Mayo Clinic, there's been about 200 million people in the U.S. that have received doses of the vaccine, and that's over 9 months delivery. If you compare that to the 14 influenza vaccines, that's about 3 billion doses over the period of 30 years. You only have 1,950 cases of deaths due to the vaccine. So, but consider these additional statistics for the COVID-19 vaccines. 13,139 life-threatening events, 44% of which occurred within 2 days after injection. 16,044 permanent disabilities, 53% which occurred within 2 days after injection. My list is longer here. I can go on, but the problem is this onset is showing causation. It's not just correlation or association. It's showing that the vaccine is actually causing these deaths, these permanent disabilities, these hospitalizations. 92,000 office visits, 70,000 emergency room visits. This is all on government website. Do your people research?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Larry Seitz. I'm 73 years old. My vitamin D level is 95. Do any of you know what your vitamin D level is? I'll bet most of you don't. I've noticed that we're at a war. There's a hidden war that's been taking place, and it's becoming obvious now. I've noticed over the last 20 years that there's a big push to not get sunshine, to put on all that sunscreen. Oh, you got to watch out for that skin cancer, so you got to have all that sunscreen. And then when I noticed at the beginning of the virus, nobody was talking about vitamin D. There's a European doctor that was saying, well, I don't know why they're not looking at vitamin D. You know, vitamin D is the thing that prevents it. Vitamin D is what you get when you go out in the sunshine. That's the reason that the colds and viruses happen in the wintertime. It's because you don't get vitamin D. So that's pretty much it, I guess. But yeah, but this war is becoming obvious, and Nathan, you know what's going on. You know that there's a plan to do all this stuff. You're getting paid to do your job. And when a time comes, you know, and the people say it's time to get a new hobby, we'll see where people wind up. Thank you very much.
My name is Diane Ake. I wanted to ask Supervisor Fletcher and Anderson if you could just look up for a minute. And I wondered if is Supervisor Vargas or Lawson-Remer listening? I had actually mainly wanted to talk to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, so I will just continue to say what I want to say. But first of all, I want to ask you, what do you think of all these people? Does it affect you? Does it have any effect on you? We're not some fringe group, we're regular people. And there's a lot of us. And I've been trying to figure out what can get through to you guys, and I was hoping you could look up for a minute and also see if you know, do all these people here, does it have any kind of impact? I have a master's of public health. I've worked for 20 years in public health in San Diego. My husband's a biostatistician. He worked for UCSD, Kaiser, and the VA. So I do know something about public health. And I am co-founder of Reopen San Diego. We have thousands of members in San Diego. What I wanted to say to Supervisor Lawson-Remer, last meeting she said that we just need to trust the California Department of Health and follow whatever they say. And I want to ask you all, please, could you get a second opinion? If someone's diagnosed with cancer, they get a second or they get a third opinion. With all due respect, it seems you do more research on what car to buy or what school to send your child to than on COVID. Can you explain how a PCR test works, how valid it is? Can you tell us what studies have shown there's asymptomatic transmission? Can you describe how the vaccine works? Or you're using the scare tactic of cases to get people scared, but can you tell us what a case means? How do you detect a case? How valid are these methods? How dangerous are cases and why? Because science, what I wanted to say to her was science is not a belief or a religion. It's a process. It's based on evidence.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
I'd like to call forward 5 additional speakers: Consuelo Henkin, Audra Morgan, David Chittick, Deborah Chlad, and Cynthia Kaplan.
Thank you. Supervisors, I'm Samuel Duth. I'm one of the pastors here in the city of San Diego. And before I get started, I just wanted to honor Jim Desmond. Thank you for standing up. Thank you for being a voice for the people, for we the people, standing up and being one of the only voices of truth and reason on this. So like I said, I'm a pastor, so 2 minutes is almost impossible, but I'm going to do my best. I'm also a husband. I'm also a father of 2 beautiful girls. And like I said, I'm part of the pastoral team at Awaken Church here in San Diego. And there's 5 locations around the area representing well over 10,000 plus people that are we the people, that are representatives, or that you guys represent, and we do not consent to what is going on. As a pastor, we were one of the churches, one of the few churches that remained open. Obviously, many of you know that because you were engaged with our team quite extensively. We remained open. Here's why we did. And like many, we initially were closed because we didn't know. We didn't know exactly the effects of it. Once we realized this was not a health issue, this was a control issue, we stayed open, we remain open, and we will never close again. We will never stop having services. Here's why. Here's why. Not because we want to be open, like many have accused churches, not because we're trying to collect money. We are open because we love people, because we care about people. And every single Sunday that we were open, especially in that beginning time, every single week at every campus without fail. We had someone say, I was about to commit suicide because of everything going on. I was desperate. I was at the end of my rope. I searched and said, God, please let there be somewhere I could go. Please let there be a church. And we were the only ones open. They came, and because of that, their life and their generation after them is spared because we stayed open and we love people. I encourage you and I challenge you, do not lock down, do not force masks, do not force vaccines. We the people want to remain free. Amen.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa O'Connor. This is really uncomfortable because the county has been uncomfortable for a year and a half, and we're not trying to be angry or insult you. I know it has not been an easy job, but what has happened in San Diego County over the last year and a half is unacceptable to every person here. That's why we're speaking up. It's for our kids, our families, our churches, our neighbors. I'm here to speak again because the disunity is really heartbreaking. I live up in Carlsbad. 2 weeks ago, I took my 3 boys to the library. We got books. It was the first time in a year and a half because they just recently opened. We didn't have masks on because they weren't required 2 weeks ago. I went back this last week to make copies. The library was empty, and the librarian called the police on me because I tried to use a Carlsbad-owned copy machine without my mask, which I'm not gonna wear because I think they're unhealthy and it's not the law. This is really uncomfortable, but Wilma Wooten, I would like to call on your resignation today. And Nathan Fletcher, this is very uncomfortable, but we feel ignored. I would like to call on your resignation today.
Hello, my name is Consuelo Henkin. Okay, so let's be real. This is not a war on COVID. It's a war on the people. And you have done an excellent job on dividing society, family and friends. Fear is the real virus here. Nothing makes sense. So many lies from Health Officer Wooten, funneled down from Sacramento. You are and have been putting all the lives of San Diego County in danger. Keeping the public masked up has nothing to do with safety and everything to do with submission and control. That has already been proven by science, not by bot science either. I honestly didn't know what I was gonna say when I came up here. I honestly don't know what more we could all say. The people have been coming here week after week after week, presenting you all with actual unbiased scientific facts and data, not from Sacramento. Yet you continue to threaten us with shutdowns and stupid vaccine passports. I have 3 beautiful children. I will be damned if they are left in a world where they have no freedom or rights. I know I am not alone when I say government is out, big government is out of control and out of their minds if they believe that we will continue to comply. You like the crowds, Senor Fletcher? Nate. Get used to seeing the large crowds because we, the people, are fed up. Actually, I'm fed the fuck up. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Don't stop coming. These public servants must remember who, in fact, they are working for. We pay them.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Do your
Thank you.
job.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Listen to the people.
Thanks for having me. My name is David Chittick, owner of the Coffee Co. in Escondido. Today I want to honor everybody who's here because we need to continue to do this. I want to honor Supervisor Jim Desmond as well for being a voice for the people. As well, I feel like I have a mandate in my life, and it's to give people courage. I feel like so many of us lack courage, and so I wanted to direct this next minute and 30 seconds to Supervisor Nathan Fletcher because I believe not to yell at you or criticize you, but to inject courage on the inside of you. I believe that right now is a moment that you were born for. In fact, my Bible says for such a time as this, and I believe that if you can deep down inside, I know you know what is right. I know you know what you need to do. I know that there might be some people pressuring you from the outside, but today I believe that if you can make a decision to stand up and do what is right, you will have the support of the people of the United States of America. You might lose the support of the elite, but you will gain the support of the people. You will gain the support if you can do what is right. I believe that this is your moment to do that. I believe that this is your moment. If you were to search yourself, you know that inside of you, you can stand up and say, I'm going to do what is right for the people of this country, for the people of this county. I believe that San Diego is born for a purpose. I believe that we're going to influence the rest of the state. We're going to influence the rest of this nation. And I believe it can start here and it can start now. I can promise you that if you decide to do that, you will have our support. But I can also promise you, if we decide and if you decide not to do what is right, I can promise you with every fiber and being that's on the inside of me, we will do everything we can to ensure that at this moment, it will be your last moment in office, and we will elect people that stand up for the rights of the people of this county. Thank you.
Audra Morgan. So I have a Bible here. I don't know if none of you can touch it because it burns too much. But the sad thing is that everybody is saying Jim Desmond is so great, but yet you want to vaccinate everybody or make them get a test. So I don't really understand that. I've tried to get a meeting with your office and you've refused. I'm actually a constituent in your district. That's pretty messed up. Miss Wilma Wooten, all of the things that you're doing is totally fraudulent. Your days are numbered in that seat. I suggest you resign because what you're doing is crimes against humanity. Every single one of you is engaging in that. That is treason when you go against your oath. All of you are doing that. You've all taken an oath, and you took a Hippocratic oath to do no harm, yet you're putting children in masks while they play sports, and you're a sports medicine doctor. Is that something that you would suggest to everybody? Take off your freaking mask. It's bullshit because all of you here, if that was really going on and this was a problem, you wouldn't take it off and put it back on. And you spend money like you just waste it on things that we don't want. We don't want to be vaccinated, forced by that. Yet you guys all sit here and you don't want to listen. Why are you sitting there then? Why don't you get up and leave? Because it's time for the people to be heard. And if you don't want to listen to the people, which are the people that you fucking represent, this is bullshit. And every single one of you need to go. So we're coming after every single fucking one of you.
My name is Deborah Cladd, and I'm here today because I was laid off almost a year ago due to COVID-19. I worked for a university for 16 years. I advised students and I helped students, but they couldn't go back to school because of the masks. This was in fall of 2020, so they had a chance to work it out and figure out what was safe and what was not safe. And by fall of 2020, We were hoping to have our students back, and they didn't get sick, and they didn't die, and they stopped coming to school. I counseled minority students. I counseled a student whose father killed himself because he couldn't get into an aftercare treatment program. I spoke with the man. I pleaded with him. And within months, he killed himself because everything was shut down. I've never made an unemployment claim. I was 59 when they laid me off. There's nothing special about me. I'm not a special group. I'm not diverse. I'm just an old person that wants to work, and I love students, and I love people, and now I can't be with them. I was not a bad employee. I had parents chase me down, find my number, and contact me and say they wanted to be my reference for my next job. I started collecting unemployment, but something happened, and my unemployment didn't come through. Thank you, Brian Mainshine's office. I was desperate. I think I was at the end of my rope. I think I was going to hurt myself. But I called them, and they helped me, and they got through the state of California. I don't want to be on unemployment. I've never made a disability claim. I want to work. I want to go back to work. But there's nothing about me that people want in a university. I'm not special. What's going to happen to me? What's going to happen if you don't take them? If you keep the mask mandate? If I have to get a shot?
Thank you, ma'am.
What's
Your time is
going
up.
to happen to people like me? Have a heart. Do something. Don't keep doing this to us.
Thank you. Your
People
time
are
is up, ma'am.
dying.
I'd like,
Hi there.
ma'am, before you begin speaking, I'll call 5 additional speakers. Patricia Fearing, Melissa Grace, Bo Nielsen, Greg Moran, and Beth Barnum.
Ready? Okay. Hi. My name's Cindy Kaplan. I think we all know by now, according to the CDC, the FDA, World Health Organization, Fauci, pretty much everyone I can think of in an authoritative position, that the vaccine doesn't stop transmission. We hear that every day. Therefore, this is not an issue of public health. I am responsible for my health. None of you are. Not one of you. I'm going to take care of myself. We know this is all about money. I happen to have been a pharmaceutical rep many years ago. I know how I was taught to manipulate data. I know how we were given data and then shown, wait a minute, don't talk about this. Talk about this. Oh, sorry, thank you. You don't talk about certain things. We were taught how to bend the truth. We were taught how to focus on data in a way that benefited us. I also know how we gave incentives. I got out of that industry because in my mind, they were bribes, which is exactly what they were. We gave trips to Hawaii, we gave dinners. I'm sure at much higher levels than I was, there were much bigger incentives. I looked up Mr. Nathan Fletcher's campaign contributions. Here's a list of them. Bayer, Abbott Labs, Eli Lilly, Bristol Myers Squibb, my personal favorite, AstraZeneca, Amgen, Genentech. There's also a bunch of hospitals listed, Kaiser, okay. All right.
Thank you.
It's about the money, and we all know it.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Melissa Grace. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm also the founder of a group called San Diego Rise Up. Last month, while I was here, I represented 1,000 San Diego citizens. We are a nonpartisan citizens advocacy group, and in the last 4 weeks, we've risen to over 6,500 followers. Nathan Fletcher, that's more than you have on Instagram, for the record. You know, a worker in this building just told me how thankful she was that we are all here. I want you to know that there are workers in this building that do not participate, do not want to participate, do not consent to this garbage that you guys are allowing. A wise man recently told me that we needed to have more people show up to these meetings. Well, are there enough of us here for you now? Are you listening to the people? Because the people have decided they don't want to participate in this charade anymore. Nathan Fletcher. Nathan Fletcher. I'll just tell it like it is. I was nauseated watching you yesterday during your press conference. How dare you call individuals seeking alternative treatments to this shot conspiracy theorists? We know ivermectin works, and you're a coward sitting up there attempting to divide us further. And I'm so glad, honestly, to see you virtue signaling with that mask on, covering your smug face. The only reason that we aren't recalling you right now, Nathan Fletcher, is because your time is already limited and you will not be reelected. That's a promise. The rest of you there, the people are here. We are returning power back to the people, and you all work for us.
Before you begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Amy Anderson, Genevieve Gundiger, Lee Hunger, Becky Hofseth, and Matt Hess.
All right, my name is Greg Moran, and 6 years ago I was diagnosed with a incurable autoimmune disease and was told by doctors that there's nothing I could do. The only option was pharmaceuticals that do not cure, only suppress symptoms. This sounds very familiar to everything that we're seeing right now, and during that time I was essentially bedridden. I called bullshit on that. And what got me to where I am now, where I can come here as a healthy person and speak, is going after alternative natural treatments, the kind that are being suppressed. What is happening right now with lockdowns and everything like that is essentially no different than being bedridden. The quality of life is almost zero, and that is absurd and insidious to me. Nathan Fletcher, we know that you are a member of the World Economic Forum, so I'm going to use some terminology to maybe get through to you. Let's build a new normal that has actual health with nutrition and alternative treatments as the main focus. Let's use this $5 million a week to actually educate people on what promotes real health instead of COVID vaccine education. Let's do nutrition education. Instead of build back better with what the politicians in Washington are trying to roll out, let's build back better with community and health as the main focus. One thing that I've come to learn very, very deeply throughout my own healing journey is that health is freedom. And I would still be bedridden if I did not have the freedom to seek those alternative treatments. And so to end the Great Reset, Nathan Fletcher has already failed. The Great Awakening is here. Humanity is rising up.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lee Hunger. I'm opposed to the vaccine mandate. The Department of Labor and OSHA recently proclaimed that they are no longer going to report adverse reactions to the vaccine. Informed consent means that you understand the risks. If they're not reporting the adverse reactions, there could be no informed consent. This is a violation of the Nuremberg Code. Okay. HIPAA laws have never been rescinded. When a vaccine passport is demanded, that's a violation of the HIPAA regulations. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Hess, and I live in Pacific Beach. I've been a San Diego resident for the past 28 years. I'm here to voice my opposition to yesterday's Board of Supervisors recommendation that all county employers begin requiring COVID-19 vaccines or weekly testing. Many of us will not comply with this directive. Some of us would rather be fired from our jobs and close our businesses than take the shot or get the swab. If that happens, I can assure you that lawsuits will be filed, and those responsible for decimating our economy and crushing our way of life will be held accountable. If those of us who resist the vaccines are successful, and I believe that eventually we will be, future generations will learn about how the American people took back their country from this COVID-manufactured tyranny and oppression. Realize that they will have access to the full-color video evidence of who stood for and who stood against our American values. So I ask you, which side of the camera do you want to be on when your grandchildren learn about the players in this scamdemic? The side of injustice or the side of freedom? Thank you.
Before the next speaker begins, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Eric Anderson, Aria Morgan, Heather Cavell, John Wiles, and Suzanne Munson.
Hi. My name is Genevieve Gundegar from Mission Valley, and I'm just so grateful to be here today with all of these other patriots who love our country. And first, I want to say how overjoyed I am because I know you guys are going to do the right thing. I know because Tara, wherever you are, your mission statement says you're looking at a data-driven approach to public safety, and we've seen the data. 96% of 0.1% of the entire population of San Diego who died had comorbidities, 96%. And too often it's the children who pay for the mistakes of adults. Nathan, that's from your website. Now I want to go talk about masks. Masks have been proven to be ineffective against this pandemic. Time and time again, we have seen politicians side-skirting the rules they preach. In Gainesville, Florida, masks of children were analyzed by the University of Florida's Research Center. They found the following contaminations: half with 1 or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria, 1/3 with 1 or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria and or dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens, and more. Children cannot reasonably be expected to handle their masks properly in a way that will not promote infection or disease. Forcing children to inhale their excrement via a mask is both cruel as well as psychologically and physically abusive. Our First Amendment rights ensure us the very basic freedoms of religion, expression, and peaceful protest. Mandatory mask or injection statutes violate all of these. Coercing people to take a vaccine or not allowing them to keep their jobs does not promote trust. Jim Desmond, that's from your website. And Nora, wherever you are, remember, you say you want to bring inclusivity. If the vaccines work, why do I need one? If they don't work, why do I need one? Medicine is not a one-size-fits-all, no forced vaccines, and unmask our kids. Thank you for your time and honoring your oath.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Heather Cobble, and I'm a registered nurse here in San Diego. I actually resigned from my job yesterday as a registered nurse because of this state mandate to be vaccinated. I was no problem working in the healthcare system over the last 18 months without a vaccine, but now, all of a sudden, I'm a threat to public health? Tell me where this makes sense. All of you sitting up here with your masks on, you know that those masks don't do anything. As a healthcare provider, we are taught how to use PPE. We're taught universal precautions, and we know how to implement them when we're dealing with patients who have a viral infection. I don't understand how you guys don't see the bigger picture here. What you're doing is you're creating a healthcare crisis. We already have a nursing shortage in America. So now in San Diego County, I know for a fact there's several hospitals that are operating on an all-bed crisis. You know why we're doing that? Wilma, do you know why? Because we have a healthcare shortage, a healthcare nursing shortage, excuse me. And you know that. These numbers are skewed. The testing is skewed. This needs to stop. I don't understand. Nathan, you can't even look at anybody when they're up here speaking. It's so rude. So rude. And I do have to say one thing. Jim Desmond, I want to thank you personally because I have reached out to you over the last 18 months, and you are the only supervisor to ever respond to any one of my emails. So thank you. Thank you.
Pay attention.
My name is Eric Anderson, Chairman, Supervisors. Thank you for a couple moments. Let me start by thanking you for your intent. It's not your intent that I question. Unfortunately, I'm here today. I've been sitting in that seat for 5 hours, and I'm not at my desk caring for clients because my life has been politicized. Something that happens when government gets outside its swim lane. There is unnecessary suffering taking place in our county. Lost savings from having our businesses closed. Lost moments with our loved ones in life and death because of irrational fear. It is this suffering that I want to address. COVID is not the cause. It's being caused by this board's failure to discern the difference between what is just and what is unjust. Dr. Wooten, Martin Luther King wrote a letter in '65 from a jail cell in which he said everything Hitler did in Germany was legal. He quoted Augustine, an unjust law is no law at all. This board's decision, for which you are being sued, to deny income to the owners of homes for which our neighbors depend for rent would just be one example of an unjust law. You have used law to close our businesses unjustly. You have used law to control when and how we trade unjustly. All in contradistinction to the ideas codified in our founding documents. You've stepped outside your swim lane. I want to remind you, our rights precede you and the unelected health bureaucrat and are therefore superior to it.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Munson. In a time where morals, bravery, and convictions seem to be almost non-existent, we are proof that these virtues still exist. If you haven't figured it out by now, this is our line in the sand. This is our hill to die on. We are not backing down. We are not going anywhere, and if anything, we're growing. We are not going to comply with your unconstitutional mandates, lockdowns, vax IDs, and any other damaging agendas you have up your sleeves for a highly survivable virus. We're going back to living as free citizens who don't need our government and Board of Supervisors members telling us what to do. You work for us, we don't work for you. We did our part, and now it's beyond time you do yours. And while it's a little late, you can still be the heroes in this story, though, of how you helped save San Diego and help keep us free from tyranny and treated us all like the smart, capable of making our own decision adults that we are. Life is full of everyday risks. We're aware of them, we accept them, and we're choosing to live freely and not live trapped in fear. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call 5 additional speakers. Rob Baldwin, Crystal Wibier, Tori Cook, Cynthia DeMaria, and Samuel Plantowski.
Thank you. Good afternoon. John Wiles. During the last 18 months, I've studied a lot and learned a lot about the law and how you guys have violated it. So federal code states people getting an emergency use drug have to be informed of the option to accept or refuse and provided the alternatives that are available. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine are two drugs that are available. They're prophylactics, they're therapeutics, and there's a lot of research of their effectiveness. So how come they're not allowed? U.S. Code under Federal Law 21, no emergency use authorized medical product can be mandated. It's not FDA approved. Emergency use authorization is not FDA approved. It is not the law. We are not under an emergency. Under the American Disabilities Act, you cannot discriminate against a person based on their health condition, and that's what you guys are doing. Medical mandates have no place in a free society. This goes beyond politics, religion, race, gender, or any other divisive tactic that you guys want to promote. This is about freedom to choose what goes into our body, freedom to choose what we put on our face. Mandatory, required, requested, ordinance, decree, compulsory, mandated, guidance, none of these are laws. You guys are creating a two-tiered system of medical apartheid. You're not following Koch's postulates, you violated our HIPAA laws, you're not providing informed consent, okay? You cannot explain the science of lockdown. You cannot even look at us in our eyes. And this is beyond 2 minutes is after spending thousands of hours studying this fraud.
Thank you, sir.
This pandemic.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
We are not accepting mandates.
Sir.
Medical mandates. This is tyranny. A vax passport is tyranny. Face masks don't work. You're harming our children.
Thank you, sir. Your time
Fear
is expired.
is the virus.
Sir, your time is
biggest
expired.
virus
We
of
need to go
all.
to the next speaker.
Hi, I'm Samuel Plantowski. I want to speak about informed consent today. On the San Diego County's informed consent form for minors dated May 14th, 2021, I believe it has insufficiency in the language used. It doesn't address 21 U.S. Code, subsection 360 BBB3E, lowercase ii, 2 or 3. 2 is on that and it should be known that there should be the significant known potential benefits and risks to the product. It simply states to refer to a website. That is not sufficient. The website might not be down. You could add that what the risks and benefits are and then say refer here for more current situation. And then 3, that it needs to state that there's options to refuse or accept the administration of the product. And then the consequences of refusing it is, thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Baldwin, and I just want to thank you guys for hanging in here. I know it's been a long day, but it's been a long day for us as well. We're at a point in time where we have very little common ground, much less are able to solve major issues with a win-win for both sides. So a 51% winner-take-all outcome subjects the losing 49% to the results. It's a very easy to fool 51% of the public with the current technology now being deployed against the opposition, that would be us. Since the well-financed are almost always, since the well-informed are almost always less than 51% of the population, we are being subjected to bad science and bad decisions because we are in the minority. Thus, the people with a well-funded agenda take control of our lives, and the well-informed are subjugated once more. Many times, I've witnessed your decisions being rendered without having our input being reflected in your votes. It makes thinking people wonder, who do you really represent? We the subjects live in a state of misplaced perpetual hope that our next representative will actually represent the people who have done their homework and know the subjects being discussed. We who are gathered here today represent the informed. The CDC and NIH have admitted that many people who have counted as COVID deaths are in fact dying with COVID, not because of COVID. Some real numbers from the CDC, there's only 646 people that died of flu in 2020, whereas in 2019, 24 to 62,000 died from the...
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Really?
Next
Okay.
speaker,
Wow,
please.
that was fun. Okay.
Hi. Can you hear me? Is this good? First of all, hi everyone. Thank you for being here, and to the men that have shown up, oh, that's been super hot. I've been waiting for you guys to get up here and just roar like a lion. That's awesome. Anyways, my name is Cynthia DiMaria. Thank you for having us here today. I do want to start out by just naming one fact. If we didn't have TVs at all, everything would be completely normal. Okay? But I do want to share my heart with you, Nathan Fletcher. I know that your family is going through some trying times right now with some health issues, and we respect you as just, you know, your community members, that whatever treatment you wanted to use to help your wife and to have wholeness for your family, we totally stand behind that. We would never call you a conspiracy theorist for wanting to look into any alternative treatments. And I say that with sincerity, sir, and my prayers are for healing for your family. I do want to read something from this absolute tool that said this on his, I don't know, Twitter. I hate social media, but it is what it is. This is what he said. My position is we must make the lives of the unvaccinated a total misery and just keep escalating the exclusions until we crush resistance and break their spirit in order to force compliance, and so they learn not to resist government mandates. Are you freaking kidding me? This is psychological warfare. It has nothing to do with our health. I am not the sharpest tool in the shed, but the last time I have ever checked that government cares about your health and safety, it's absolutely the opposite. They do not care about our safety, and it is about control. So while I say that this is psychological warfare, what's disturbing is that you think that we would all know that our rights come from God. We keep saying this, but it keeps falling on deaf ears.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Anyways, we're sick of this new woke segregation. We're done. It's done.
Hello.
Before you begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers. Robert Wiltfang, David Stansbury, Susan Francis, Lisa Hilkia, and Spencer Kim.
Hello, my name is Crystal Wibier. On September 14th, we are removing Governor Newsom, and we'll vote this board out as well, one by one if you do not represent this county. We hold you all accountable. You have a responsibility to the people of this county, and you owe it to us to do the right thing. Remember, you are under oath. Today, I am asking for real evidence that masks can prevent me or anyone from catching COVID-19. What I am asking is, why do you enforce orders for a vaccine that has been proven to not protect a person from catching COVID-19? I am still trying to figure out how masks protect you while you walk to your table in a crowded restaurant, all the while you remove your mask as soon as you're seated. I'd like you to prove how a tiny particle cannot pass through our masks of all types. Until these questions can be answered with real evidence, then we will not comply. My number one concern is the CDC has not provided the virus itself for COVID-19, the Delta variant, or any other virus. Excuse me. So my question is, how are they testing for a virus they do not even have? CDC came out and stated they are not using the PCR test anymore because the test kept coming up as inconsistent. This makes sense now. They have nothing. We must stop treating healthy people as though they are sick. We must treat those who have already caught COVID and trust their immunity. Excuse me. We must take account for those who are exempt. We must never allow our children to take a vaccine or wear masks when they have slim to no chance to catch COVID or affect others. We are all law-abiding citizens, and we follow the directions of those who represent us, but we are not foolish. We have God-given rights to be free from any government who infringes on our rights. You do not have more power than the American people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Spencer Kim. I'm a husband and father of 4. I live in Claremont. And one of the many, many, many people who are sick of this insanity, and we're fed up with this nonsense that you are pushing on this community and this county. So I know I represent countless thousands and thousands, and of course millions across this nation who are fed up with this insanity. So I wanted to say thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak. I speak for my children, for the public school students, for those whose jobs are hanging in the balance because of this nonsense that's these vaccine mandates and these passports, whatever is going on with it. The many friends and people who I know who are afraid that their jobs are going to disappear, like some of those who have spoken before me. In military, a friend in UCSD who is on staff there, a mental health worker friend of mine, and many of my friends who have left this county and this state because of how crazy it has gotten here. I want to emphasize, where there is risk, there must be choice. So that seems like it'd be pretty self-explanatory, but it's not, apparently. And this insanity is continuing to be pushed on our society as if this is somehow acceptable, but we do not accept it and we do not consent. Anything other than choice means that you are choosing who are the sacrificial lambs for our society in the name of safety. This was never about safety to begin with. Otherwise, the last year would have looked a heck of a lot different. We don't buy into your closures, your control, your manipulation of data, your fear-driven narrative. We reject your attempt to muzzle and damage the mental health of our kids in public schools.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Most pressing, we reject
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Next speaker,
vaccine
please.
mandates.
Thank you. Your next
Messed
speaker,
up.
please.
Hello, my name is Susan Francis. I'm a regular citizen, normal person who has endured this last 18 months watching it through the eyes of someone who's pretty well read in dystopian novels, and I've seen it come true here and in our world. Yeah. I've done a lot of research on my own. I've read the science. There are so many drugs that are available that are cheap and effective that we can use to therapeutically treat and prophylactically as well, but they're not being used because, as somebody pointed out, it looks like our leaders are bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical companies, and they will not continue to make a profit if their drugs are not pushed. This is about total control. Please, if you love humanity, if you want us to be free, continue to fight for our rights and freedoms. I will not submit to a vaccination that is not thoroughly tested and vetted, that has documented side effects. People are dying and being debilitated from it. I will not subject my children to this. Please, no mandates. I will not comply with a mandate or a passport. This is not Nazi Germany. And that is where you're headed. God have mercy on each and every one of us.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Wiltvang. So, Mr. Fletcher, can you feel the love? Your Mean Tweet YouTube page will certainly have a lot of new material. I've come here to speak to you about this county's COVID-19 response last year. And first, let me start by stating that lockdowns are extremely effective, not at reducing the spread of COVID, but in destroying the economy and harming the mental health of our citizens. The majority of this board last year failed the citizens of San Diego County by allowing a dictator of a governor to shut down private businesses, close churches, and deny our children to an education by closing the schools. Never should a government ever be allowed to close businesses, close schools, and deny citizens to worship in their house of their choosing. Disgustingly, the majority of this board failed this last year. You voted to keep businesses closed, which resulted in tens of thousands of citizens without an income to support their families while you collected your paycheck. People lost their businesses and homes because of you. We will never forget, and shame on you. I would also call on the board at this time to replace Dr. Wooten. Her credibility has been lost. Last year, her department cited and arrested citizens trying to earn a living, and not to mention her incredibly stupid decision to close our beaches for weeks. The only board member that has fought for our freedoms last year was Mr. Desmond. And for that, I say thank you, Jim. This entire response to COVID has been all lies. It has always been about control and fear. By looking at this group here today, I thank the board for awakening the giant. We will take our country back.
Before the next speaker begins, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Beverly R., Rachel Sherrill, Tani Butner, Jessica Devine, and Kristen Vent.
My name is Bo Nielsen. We are in the world war on information, and you are withholding it knowingly, making decisions based on baseless facts, tests that do not show the real picture. This is all built on lies and statistics. So I wonder, is anybody closer to make a change on your stand with all this information you hear? No, you are not. None of you are closer to make any kind of change because it is your agenda. It is obvious to see you have lost perspective completely. Look at the entire country. States are open and well-functioning, schools, travel, restaurants, nothing. But here, why is it here? The leadership is the answer. And it is corrupt to the core. And I'm calling bluff. I'm calling bluff, your bluff. We the people, we will turn this around. And I challenge you to continue your path, because you will awaken even the most sleepy person around, and we will grow in numbers so you won't believe it. Next time, we will double. Next time, we will triple. And we will come in numbers. And we will come in numbers until you wake up. And I promise you that. They promise you that. Power to the people. Power to the people. Where we go one, we go all.
Thank you, sir.
Dark to light.
Next speaker,
Justice
please.
is coming.
Next speaker, please.
Can I start? Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. I am David Stansbury. I'm a registered nurse and integrative health consultant. My words are substantially supported by the now world-famous work of Dr. Rike Hamer, founder of German New Medicine, and the world-acclaimed virologist, Dr. Stefan Lanka of Germany. Is the world aware that the existence of contagious viruses has been scientifically disproven via control studies and electron microscopy? Are you aware of the cytopathic effect, or CPE, control experiment carried out by Dr. Stefan Lanka, which disproves contagious virology in its entirety? Are you aware that in commercial vaccine production, virologists perform uncontrolled experiments to prove the existence of the now disproven contagious disease pseudoscience? Are you aware that paying doctors, celebrities, and programming computers to lie even 1 trillion times does not produce a true and accurate scientific control experiment? Are you aware that HIV, COVID-19, and measles have been scientifically disproven and were never proven to exist by a scientific control experiment in the first place? Toxic pharmaceuticals, toxic food, toxic environmental factors are to blame. We'd like the FCC to know, out of your jurisdiction, that 5G RF radiation is pure insanity and represents a clear and present danger to all biological life, female reproductive health, and pediatric neurologic health. Take the towers down now. Are you aware that millions of Ayurvedic holistic healthcare practitioners and billions of patients worldwide agree with everything I just said? We encourage virologists and all healthcare practitioners to speak up, speak out, and share your knowledge with the patients and vaccine manufacturers you serve. Dr. Simone Gold visits San Diego on September 14th. We challenge her to address Dr. Lanka's CPE control experiment and acknowledge German New Medicine and the work of Dr. Rike Hamer.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
My name is Tawny Bittner. I'm a registered nurse working in a pediatric ICU, a wife to a retired Marine, and most importantly, a mother. These vaccine mandates are anti-science, anti-community, anti-personhood, and medical fascism. Healthcare providers have been on the front lines for the past 18 months. We went into danger to care for the community while you, Nathan Fletcher, and the rest of you sheltered in place. We know the limitations of the vaccines and are seeing our patients sick with COVID while being fully vaccinated. The nurses know. We know about myocarditis in the healthy teens after vaccination and the concern for long-term health effects. We know about the mental health crisis in our youth. We know about the suicide attempts and actual suicides. We know about the increasing rate of children trying to starve themselves to death due to their anxiety about the future. We know the science. We know about the equivalent viral loads and transmissibility of the vaccinated. We know about the increasing recombinants and escape mutants around the vaccine-induced antibody protection. We know the difference between with COVID and from COVID. We know, and yet the coercive guidance is to only test the unvaccinated healthcare workers. We also know that those at greatest risk are the obese, the diabetic, and the elderly. And yet resources are not used to help guide and direct those at greatest risk into actions that they can do to protect themselves, nor is the public health involvement other than the dogma of vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate. We know that the diversion of resources has delayed elective heart surgery, creating a 35% increase in cardiac events. This does not include the lack of cancer screening and treatments, Alzheimer and dementia screening, dental hygiene treatments, mental health therapies and treatments.
Ma'am, next speaker, please.
Your time has expired. We have to go to the next
We
speaker.
know. The nurses know. And
Ma'am, continuing to speak beyond the time is disrupting the meeting. You're being asked to stop.
My name is Kristen Bent, and if I had not sought alternative care, I would have been dead several years ago, so I am very thankful to God that I did. Let's talk about math, though, because I'm a homeschool teacher. In a report, Dr. Wooten, you said that in May, 11 people died, in June, 14 people died, and in July, 32 people died. That is less than 60 deaths in 3 months. Now, it's going to sound cold and callous, but a lot of people do die every day. And even all of last year, the numbers never exceeded for our entire country the 3-year average of the years previous. So I don't know where you get off saying we're in an emergency. There is no definition of an emergency anywhere that qualifies for what we have here. We have small things going on. And when you have small things going on with small numbers, it's very easy to increase percentages to make it look like, there's a lot going on when there really isn't. When you increase small numbers by, again, small numbers, it can make it look like the percentage has gone up really high in a short amount of time. But any medical doctor or even first-year student of a college who has taken any kind of statistics knows that what you're doing is fraud. All of you swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California, and none of you are currently doing it. When will you have the integrity to do it? I want to know.
Hello, my name is Rachel Sherrill, and I am here as a resident of San Diego District 1, and I am here to oppose Issue 7. My husband is a firefighter for the city of San Diego, and he has worked through the entire pandemic, and now you, Nathan Fletcher, want to threaten my family and our livelihood because of a personal choice to decline a very brand new vaccine that has no long-term studies to back it up. I have many friends who work for the San Diego Police Department and at least 20 personal friends who are nurses who work long, hard hours in your San Diego hospitals every day and worked through the worst of the pandemic. They are now all being discriminated against, and I repeat that word, discriminated against, and singled out. My husband is singled out every day, even though you didn't single him out and you called him a hero 2 days ago, whatever, 3 months ago. They are being singled out at their jobs for being forced to expose their personal medical information and their personal beliefs. I am here to represent all Americans and stand for the freedom of personal choice over what a human decides to put inside their body. Forcing of any kind is wrong. It is what Hitler started with in 1933 when he raised hate crimes, hate campaigns against the Jewish people, deeming them unclean, dirty, dangerous to the public health and safety of the community. And if you stand for forcing vaccinations on humans of this city, you are no different than Hitler and the Nazi discrimination campaign, which led to a mass extermination of not only Jewish people, but of homosexuals, of gypsies, or anyone deemed, and I quote, enemy of the state. If you truly stand for the people of this great city, you will do the right thing and protect people's rights and their personal choice and fight against discrimination. Thank you for your time. Jim Desmond, I love you.
I got a quick question for you guys. Do you hear the people singing the song of angry men? It is the music of a people who will not be slaves again. Hey, that was off the cuff. I didn't even plan to do that. I don't even sing. Okay. Since you all ended up in government, I would guess each of you...
Can you please state your name for the audio?
Hi, I'm Jessica Devine. This is my baby Thatcher. We've been here all day since 9 a.m. So happy to be here to finally say what I need to say. Since you all ended up in government, I would guess each of you had a love for history at some point. I would guess you read the memoirs of Anne Frank, Harriet Tubman, and Louis Zamperini and thought, wow, what would I do in those situations? Would I hide Jews in my basement? Would I help slaves escape the South or fight on the front lines during World War II, all at the risk of my own life and my family's lives? I'm a historian by trade, and I've thought these things hundreds of times. Now, the issues of today are not as clear-cut as genocide and slavery, but your complicity in forcing these mandates are a sign that you would be the ones cracking the whip and loading the boxcars. I'd like to read a quote from the survivor of Stalin's gulags, Alexander Solzhenitsyn. You know who I mean. Reflection on how the gulag system came into existence by small, repeated acts of cowardice. He said, at what point should one resist? When one's belt is taken away, when one is forced to face into a corner, when one crosses the threshold of one's home? An arrest consists of a series of incidental irrelevancies of a multitude of things that do not matter, and there seemed no point in arguing about one of them individually, and yet all these incidental irrelevancies taken together implacably constitute the arrest. When will the little boy or girl inside of each of you stand up as you thought you would when you read of Harriet Tubman and Louis Zamperini? When will you put a stop to this ever-increasing discrimination that will ultimately end in our demise? When will enough be enough? Please do what's right now before it's too late. Don't be the ones closing the doors of the boxcars, and don't be a willing executioner, because that's where this is all headed. Thank you.
Before you begin, ma'am, I'd like to call forward 5 additional speakers: Brittany Parker, Cindy Carr, Karen Branch, Roxana Espana, and Paul Mansour.
Hi, my name is Beverly Ramondo, and first off, I'm a mother, and I'm also a volunteer with Children's Health Defense California chapter, and we try to be the voice for the children that aren't heard. It was great to hear a teen talk today, actually, and have her express themselves. I know it's really hard with that age group to express. Today, our children are at an alarming rate of 50% or higher, as Dr. Hahn has also said, chronic illness. So our regulatory health departments are failing our children. Why are we listening to a system that is clearly failing our children? The county promotes that the injection, or the COVID injection, is safe and effective. Today, as we know, and other people have said, the numbers with FAIR, which are very conservative, which is 500,000 injuries, over 10,000 deaths, and this is a vaccine that has not even finished the preclinical studies, not FDA approved, and is promoted from this county board as safe and effective. Today, our children are being told that they are defective, when in fact we know our children are not at risk and have a healthy, robust immune systems. We are teaching a generation to hook up to pharma instead of developing their self-esteem, sporting healthy lifestyle, and belief in their innate immune system. Our children are not defective. Since May, I've been going to school campuses where they're installing these pop-up vaccine clinics. And I am all about choice, but it has to be informed choice. And what I find on these campuses is the kids are so happy to hear that they have an innate, robust immune system. I see their chest get larger, they stand up and they want to listen, because all we are telling them is that they are defective. We are creating a generation of psychologically damaged children that will take this for a lifetime.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. The children are not defective. We must support them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Branch, and I'm just here. I didn't even design anything because really no one's listening. Really, it's a bunch of not exactly. We're listening to each other, but the three things I want to talk about is, one, I'm a landlord, and you have interfered with contract with my tenants, and you told them that they can steal my property, and that if I cannot, they can use my property and they don't have to pay. That's stealing, and you interfered with that contract, which is there's a contracts clause in the United States Constitution. That's a whole other thing, but they've also are using my property, and if I do anything, I will get fined to even get my property back. So our country was based on private property rights, and this is the first step, or multiple steps, to interfere with our property rights. It's very important right. Obviously, this board, who's not even here, which we notice, they're not listening, they don't care, they are actually designing to take away our property rights. It's a design. I don't even know who I'm talking to, but I guess if someone's listening. Secondly, thank you. But we got to make the politicians listen. You are here at the consent of the governed. That is how you are here, our consent. And there's a whole issue with voter fraud, which is a whole other thing. So basically, you don't care because you can fix the vote. So that's part of it. The other thing is, I think you're saying that the vaccine is important. And I have this thing, I hope you can hear it. I don't know if you've ever heard about this guy, but let's see if we can hear it.
Change the entire landscape. Because when you look at the level of virus in the nasopharynx of a vaccinated person who gets a breakthrough infection with Delta, it is exactly the same as the level of virus in an unvaccinated person.
Ma'am. Next speaker, please.
My name is Cindy Carr. I live in Cardiff. Will Mr. Fletcher be returning? The reason I ask is that I had something to share with him. This might well be the biggest thank you message you've ever received in public office. I know I want to tell you and other state officials how you've changed my life, how you've helped me become a seeker of truth these last 17 months. But first, Mr. Fletcher, did you really state these words yesterday, that the facts are indisputable? Did you really implore San Diegans to trust their own doctors as they seek to make sense of this confusing time? What doctors would those be? Would they include the doctor who continued to prescribe the sleep medicine Ambien for an elderly family member? That would be my mother. For 6 years, when the recommended length of treatment is 6 weeks. When the dose of Ambien could no longer provide relief of her insomnia, she was put on trazodone. That wasn't effective either. Do you know what the primary side effect of Ambien is? Insomnia. Really? How convenient for those trusted doctors. Would those trusted doctors include the board-certified Scripps doctor who told my husband he had 3 weeks to live with the diagnosis of a stage 4 glioblastoma? What if I told you he not only walked our daughter down the aisle exactly 3 weeks later, but lived another year, 28 seconds? Or would it be the local noted cancer surgeon who tried to shame me into receiving her services along with immediate chemo and radiation for breast cancer diagnosis 9 years ago? The doctor who looked at me and spoke these shocking words, "I will not stand here and watch you slowly commit suicide." She said it twice. Evidently, she didn't approve of the holistic approach I had chosen to support my healing. Those choices included honoring the relationship between the presence of a cancer and the various life-supporting options available to all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Your time is up.
9 years ago.
Please. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Before you begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Jennifer LaBelle, Emily Archuleta, Michaela Jans Van Rensling, Sandra Martinez, and Nicole Cronauer.
My name's Paul Munson, and this seems like we're like in a clown world. This COVID-19, I think, is... My name's Paul Munson, and this seems like we're living in a clown world. This COVID-19, I think, is a scam built upon scams. I put out a challenge that I don't think they'll be able to find a sample of the COVID-19 virus just like they could in Alberta and Ireland. And without any sample, how can you have a test? And why would we need any treatment for a virus that you can't even isolate? The CDC's been sued and they can't find one. You know, so why are we having, I don't understand why we're having all of this. You know, I think there shouldn't be any lockdown, any passports, any contact tracing, or any of this. But I think this is just a bunch of lies that they're doing. And, you know, there shouldn't be any of the contact tracing or talk of the CDC green zones. Anyway, I think they should either have to find a sample of the virus or just to end it all. And we should never have had this the whole year and a half. Thank you for your time.
Hi, guys. Thanks for listening. My name's Nicole Cronauer, and I am a trauma surgical ICU nurse. And I made my way here because I feel that this is very important for my freedom and the freedom of my nephews and my family members and all the nurses that are scared to speak. I know many of them. I work in Northern California and in Southern California, and there are people that are afraid to speak because the majority is brainwashed by what they're seeing on the news, and they're pressuring other people to believe what they believe, and no one has the right to stand against the majority now. And if you do, you're isolated and you're treated differently. And if you have an exemption, they're gonna make accommodations that they're not even saying what the accommodations are. And my job's at Liberty over this. I've been a nurse for 10 years. I was a COVID ICU nurse from April to April. I saw the things that are happening, and I saw the majority of people that come in with COVID have pretty much the same comorbidities. I'm not seeing what all the news is telling you. I had COVID in January 2020. I've been tested positive for the antibodies, and I'm being told that that's not good enough. I'm sorry, since when? Since science knew about natural immunity, that's been the best immunity. But now, because it benefits the pockets of so many people, it's not good enough? I don't understand this. Where is the science in all of this? Please explain that to me. Someone who studied science, explain that to me, please. I've seen this with my own eyes. I'm tired, and I have school loans I have to pay, and you're taking my ability to do that away.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is about to begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Jim Ellis, Derek Greco, Bridget Dolcas, Ingrid Lopez, and Carrie Johnson.
Hi, I'm Sandra Martinez. Government officials and companies are working really hard to combat vaccine hesitancy, also known as common sense. There are so many red flags in this vaccination program, but I'm going to go through a few. The obvious one is the money. and that those pushing the program are making, and the history of those doing the pushing. Pfizer has paid out billions in damages for intent to defraud or mislead regarding safety concerns of their products. The FDA had a long list of these vaccine side effects, including clots, back in December. Yet, they pretended to be surprised when the clot issues appeared. The FDA recalls about 4,500 approved drugs every year. These are criminals. Are you folks criminals too?
Yes.
Is this another eugenics experiment, like Tuskegee or forced sterilization? Strangely, no reproductive toxicity studies have ever been done. Japan did their own studies and found there was reproductive damage in females, so they don't use these shots. And men, you're not safe either. There are reports from the fertility clinics all across the country that sperm count and motility is way down after the shot, as well as having lasting erectile dysfunction. I assure you, if it requires coercion, paid actors and influencers, bots, manipulation, 24/7 advertising, tons of incentives from donuts to money, silencing dissenting opinions, including from the actual inventor of the mRNA vaccine technology, and full indemnification of liability, then it isn't for your health. So I ask the board and everyone here, point me to that one time in history where the side that was demanding censorship, segregation, propaganda, papers to move freely in society, and government forces going door to door demanding compliance were the good guys.
Hello, my name is Derek Greco. I'm a San Diego resident. I'm a parent, and I'm pissed off. We should not be spending our time here and our life force energy fighting people who lack critical thinking and common sense, who beat the drum of an industry that has cured 0 diseases in our lifetime, yet want to push a vaccine on us that they can't name one ingredient in that promotes human health. This is also an industry that has indemnified itself from damages to human beings since 1986, and this woman says that's what we have to do to be healthy? Excuse me. Let's start looking at BMIs. Let's start looking at making ourselves a bad host for this and every other malady, okay? And frankly, I'd have a mask on my face too, and I'd be hiding myself from society if I were you as well, okay? You all are an abject joke that I've had to be here and spend my time here, okay? This doesn't add up. And when it doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense, you know what that is? That's the definition of propaganda. And history will judge you all accordingly. You know what's funny? Saturn is in the same place as it was during the American Revolution of 1776, and you are the redcoats. Well, maybe not Jim. By the way, we love Jim, okay? What I'm here to tell you is that this is not the hill you want to die on, although a lot of you are already bought and paid for. I can see it in the egomaniacal rolls of your fake smiles behind your masks. This is not an agenda that you want to have your name attached to, where you have demoralized children. And come on, guys, you think putting a mask on your face and recycling your oxygen is good for your health? Can you name one ingredient in a vaccine that promotes human health, Ms. Wooten? You can't. Can you tell me why these companies are indemnified? And can you tell me why this industry that we're supposed to pray to like a god hasn't cured 1 disease in our lifetime? Thank you very much. I'll leave you with this. Let them breathe.
Before you begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Jeff Knoll, Susie Williams-Zeller, Paul Mochel, Adam Cross, and Andy Schulgesser. I apologize for mispronouncing that.
Hi, my name is Bridget Dalkus, and I'm a professional violinist. I've heard the saying, you can tell a lot about a society by how they treat their children and their elderly. Stop forcing dangerous masks on our children. But perhaps another clear marker of the health of a society is the role of the arts. Around the country and world, I see concerts, museums, and cultural events weaponized to coerce humanity into going along with a totalitarian agenda of forced injections and digital passports. When government uses the expression of the human soul against the very people it reflects, well, you can see the conflict of interest. We do not consent. Dmitri Shostakovich, one of the preeminent composers of the 20th century, knew what I'm talking about all too well. The totalitarian regime he lived under forced him to write music they could use for their propaganda. Through the Great Purge, he saw fellow artists, friends, relatives, and intellectuals taken away to the gulag or shot. He always kept a bag packed and lived in terror of that KGB knock on the door. He dedicated his 8th string quartet to the victims of totalitarianism. We will not forget history, and we do not consent.
Thank you. Your time is up.
We do not consent.
Andy Schulgasser. I don't know how I can possibly beat everything I've already heard today. And I was already, well, anyway, let's start out with a couple things. First of all, they know this is bullshit. They know this is bullshit. We know this is bullshit. But they're in their jobs, and we're paying them with our tax dollars, and that's how it is. So my word is for everyone here today, do not comply. I have not worn a mask since day one. These people are Nazis in charge, and these people are just following orders. And they think that's going to get them out of a prison sentence when their crimes with humanity catch up with them. Do not comply. Get your kids out of the fucking Nazi schools and start your own schools. No matter what they learn, it will be better than being in Nazi schools. Start your own organizations. Connect with one another. Start your own businesses. Ignore these people. They're Nazis. Yeah.
Before you begin, I'll call 5 additional speakers: Kaylee Lemonias, Virginia Patterson, Matt Baker, Richard Van Every, and Miriam Sultanza.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Susie Williams-Zellers, and what an honor and privilege it is to be here today in front of all of you. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for paying attention. And today, as I stood in line outside of this building, what it reminded me was how great it felt to be an American. Yeah. A sobering reminder of the absolute gift we have been giving as a free constitutional republic. My voice can be heard. I'm here today as a patriot, as a woman, and as a mother. And I am grateful for my church that is Awakened Church of my spiritual family through this time. I come here today because if I didn't, what type of a mother would I be if I could not stand up for my children? I have a Bachelor of Science in Child Development and Psychology and a master's degree in prosthetics. I make prosthetic limbs for our soldiers, our fallen heroes who have had their limbs blown off in wars, who have fought for the freedom that I stand on this stage today. My children and myself will no longer deal with California's political theater of the masks. My children will see smiles when they go to school. My children, because it is important of their age to learn the proper enunciation and phonics and smiles, and children learn through laughter and play and a preschool and elementary age. We need to see your smiles. I know this is difficult. But take off the mask. Enough with the political theater. We, the people, have spoken, and we will not back down. The silent majority is no longer silent. Me, as a mother, I will never back down for my freedom and for the rights of my children. Please, anything more infectious than this COVID-19 can be a smile. Thank you. God bless you.
Hi, my name is Miriam. I'm from San Diego, Santine Chula Vista. Grew up here. I'm a former healthcare worker and a first-generation Afghan. I'm here because I'm just completely disappointed in every decision that you guys have been making. My family came here from Afghanistan. They ran away from the Taliban, from the rule that they were going to do over us. And they came here in the early 80s, and they made something of themselves, and I wanted to make something of myself too. And you know what? I used to be a Democrat, and that party drove me crazy, and it made my life terrible. And by the grace of God, I came to Jesus Christ last year. It's a miracle a person like me did from where I'm from. So I'm here to tell you the evil I see, because darkness runs from light. The darkness they don't want to see the light because their deeds were evil, just like Jesus said. You guys are just empty. And you know what? It's like the Pink Floyd song. All in all, you're all just bricks in the wall, and we could just flick you like this, and we're gonna do it. And I'm Afghan. You know what? We've been through so much that you guys are nothing. My Afghan people have faced terrorists, and you know what you guys are? You're acting like terrorists. And the Taliban, Nathan Fletcher, from what your stance, you'd get along with the Taliban very, very well. They would applaud you. I'm here to tell you and look at you in the face. I can't even believe I'm here. This is amazing. I am fueled. You guys, I want to live my life, and you guys are taking that away from me, just like they've taken away from my people. And these are my people too. And I'm going to tell you, I'm a warrior, an Afghan warrior, and we're not going to back down, because we haven't backed down, and we're still not going to back down. And I'm going to get all my Middle Eastern people in San Diego to come up behind me, because they listen to me. They hear my words, and they listen to me. I can get them here and confront you. And guess what? We own a lot of liquor stores and marketplaces too.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
And also, I hyperventilated twice in the hospital from wearing a mask. Nobody listened to me. My pulmonologist didn't listen to me either. It's just evil. They're evil and against the good.
Disrupting the conduct of the meeting. We're asking you to sit down.
That's the wind. That's the wind of time. That's the wind of history. That's the wind blowing through your ancestors' bones, begging you to do the right thing.
Sir, can you please state your name for the audio record?
That Matt Baker is calling upon from Ocean Beach. The wind that is blowing through the black people, through the white people, through the Chinese people, through the Mexican Americans, to the people that built this building with their bare hands to raise up this nation. They are begging you, and they are blowing through your veins, and they should be putting a tingle up the spine of your back, and they should be begging you to do the right thing. You're about to open a pit of hell. You do not get a vaccine passport put on us. You know, as the population who's in control, you know that the people who are the politicians, once you get a power, you will never relinquish it. Do you think that the 4 feet of marble that holds you above high in this chamber will help you from the fate of humanity which you are unleashing? No! It won't! Your children and your children's children will be subjugated! They will be asked, how many vaccines have you had? Have you been a good little Nazi? Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! Hail Fauci! There's been a lot of talk about the Nuremberg Code. Well, I brought you a copy. You are all in violation of Section 1. Yes, you, Dr. Wooten. You are in violation of the Nuremberg Code, which is international law, and the definition is...
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
The definition, we shall not be coerced. All of this is coercion. The vaccine passport is coercion, and the penalty for violating the Nuremberg Code is...
violating the orientation of the meeting. Please take a seat. Please take a seat.
Before the next speaker begins.
Hi there.
Before you begin, ma'am, I'll call 5 additional speakers. I'm going to call 5 additional speakers: Valerie Looper, Lauren Picard, Catherine Van Dyke, Crystal Irving, and Kathleen Malongnekos.
Hi there. My name's Emily Archuleta. I just want to kind of talk about how I feel about this whole shenanigans. Whatever your political affiliation is, we all hold something near and dear to our hearts: the freedom of choice.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Can you please state your name for the audio record? I know you said it, but I didn't catch it.
Emily Archuleta.
Thank you.
So we choose what we say, we choose our religion, we choose what we eat, if we drink, if we smoke, if we drive, our sexual orientation, our choice if we choose to have an abortion. How is the choice to have a vaccine different? Right. Mandating a vaccine to work is against our constitutional rights as Americans. Forcing employers to enforce this is a potential for furthering crumbling our economy. This will put our employers between a rock and a hard spot by forcing them to fire good, hard-working employees who've worked through this pandemic even without a vaccine. They will lose clients, pay unemployment, and most likely many of them are already struggling from this economic crisis. You are meeting with resistance because you are mandating this. Let people choose. Here's a fun fact for you. 480,000 deaths are from smoking and 41,000 are associated from secondhand smoke. Yet people have the liberty to choose. COVID has killed or has affected 5 million. Many of them have recovered. 180,000 of them have died. Less than smoking. Let's look at obesity, killing 300,000 with many other health consequences. Yet we still sell junk food. We give people the choice to do what they want with their body. We want to work and support our families. You are threatening our livelihoods by these mandates.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Don't look so short-sighted, please.
Hello, my name is Rich Van Every. I'm from Carlsbad, California. I was a filmmaker that worked on the Plandemic film, which I asked all of you to watch. Can I get a show of hands of who actually watched the film documentary? No, you can't raise your hand. Right, so listen, it's plandemicseries.com, watch part 2, okay? It's an incredible documentary that will reveal if you're still having trouble listening to everybody today, because I really don't know what you guys are thinking, but more importantly, I'm concerned about what you're feeling, because there seems like there's nobody home, okay? Wake up. Do you know where this is taking us? People have already spoken to it, but I'm going to speak to it some more for you. And the fact that your person here who's sitting at the head of the table supports the World Economic Forum, headed by Klaus Schwab, who has tyranny and control in mind for the future of this world. And this is what's coming, my friends, my representatives, we're heading into a social crediting possibility that has everything to do with enslavement of humanity. And everybody out there needs to recognize how these deceptive means are creeping us towards absolute control of your financial, health, and civil liberty freedom. So I believe that frequencies have a huge role in the case issue with the fact that people are getting sick. So I'm calling for the towers to come down. I want to state that I do not support any of this nonsense with COVID, the restrictions, the lockdown. It's all got to end. Learn about graphene oxide. Flu deaths are driving right now. Turn off those towers and stand up for what's right. Now is your time.
Next speaker, please.
God is watching.
My name is Kathy Van Dyke, and I'm a retired public school teacher, and I'm a Christian who worships the God who created this universe. I'm here to beg you to show compassion by stopping the mask mandate for both students and staff. According to a recent clinical scientific study, masks harbor an abundance of dangerous bacterial pathogens, and they cannot stop the virus, which is far too small to be stopped by mask material. Studies show these masks have caused depression and suicide rates to increase 4 times the normal amount among our children. Children for whom this virus poses virtually no risk of dying. They have mild or asymptomatic cases and rarely pass it to adults. Masks not only deplete their oxygen intake and force excess breathing of carbon dioxide, they are isolating and dehumanizing. All people, especially children, need to see expression and physiognomy. You are harming all of us with these mask mandates. We are designed to breathe oxygen, not our own body waste. Secondly, I'd like to address the unconstitutional vaccine passport. These shots are not a vaccine. They are an untested experimental drug which contains multiple harmful agents and have been scientifically shown to cause dangerous side effects. Deaths from previous vaccines in years 2018 to 2020 were in the 20s. In the past 6 months alone, according to the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, VAERS, deaths from this COVID vax are well over 12,000. Researchers claim the estimate for those who will eventually die from this vax will occur in 3 to 10 years, which means that within 10 years, 2.1 billion people could die from these dangerous COVID shots. Add to that the side effects of infertility among men and women. Countless medical professionals, including the former VP of Pfizer, are trumpeting the dangers of this so-called vaccine. To force it upon adults and children is surely the greatest crime against humanity. As Americans, we have the freedom to make our own medical decisions. Stop the tyranny.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Kathleen Melanakis. I am a retired RN. I used to work at Stanford Medical Center. I went to Palo Alto. I got a degree in philosophy as well. I would like to ask Wilma Wooten. She knows darn well that masks don't work. It's a fraud. We were trained as nurses how to use masks. You only wear them for 20 minutes because you start getting your own waste materials in. So, okay, there are so many fraudulent things coming out of the CDC and the California State Health Department, including the San Diego Health Department. And I'm saying that this is malpractice on a massive scale. Let's just take the PCR test alone. The CDC even admitted that the PCR test cannot distinguish between COVID, the flu, and the common cold. Therefore, why are we still using it? Maybe it's because Nathan Fletcher just is on the payroll of Abbott, who produces the PCR test. And here is the other, this is the other evidence that I have, that this board, this health board, is not, they're not on the payroll of the people. I mean, they're taking our money, yeah. But when this whole pandemic started, back in April of 2020, the health officer, the second in command, Nicholas Ifantides, told us personally that we will not get back to normal until the whole world is vaccinated. He said that right at the beginning when it was supposedly a novel virus. So this whole COVID has been nothing but a marketing campaign for the big pharma and for the vaccine. And we will not consent.
Thank you. Your time is up.
We
Thank
will
you.
Not, and we're going to organize
Thank you.
our own networks.
Your time is up.
our
Next
own
speaker, please.
Thank you,
health
ma'am. Your time is expired.
organizations. And so
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is
you're
expired.
done.
Please sit down.
We're done. We're done.
Hello, my name is Valerie Looper. I'm a patent attorney. I've been involved in virology, infectious diseases, and cancer since about the mid-'80s. And I am here today to tell you that we have a window of opportunity in this upcoming cold and flu season if we're willing to do what's necessary, which, by the way, will mean a change in tactics. The opportunity is that the Delta and Lambda variants are more infectious and less vicious than the original. That's perfect. What that means is that when people are infected with these things, we can treat them. All we have to do is use the early outpatient treatments devised by our clinicians that we already know work. The information is available and it's copious. There are two ways of working with this. One, we have the people who are vaccinated. They have a very high type of immunity, but it's permeable. That's why we have the variants. Okay, we have other people who don't want to get vaccinated, and yeah, they're going to wind up catching this stuff. What happens then? Well, we give them their early treatment, and they develop a broad immunity. And between the two groups, we have something that works. This can happen, but first, we've got to make use of all our tools. Thank you very kindly.
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Irvin. I am a born and raised San Diegan, and I am here today to tell all of you, thank you. Thank you because over the last 17 months, you have shown your true colors, and you have shown your unwillingness to stand up for our God-given freedoms. And as you can see today, you guys did this. You awoken a sleeping giant. Moms and dads, grandparents, business owners, church leaders who will stand in opposition to every new lockdown, every meaningless mask mandate, every and all vaccine mandates. We are a people who fully understand that, thank God, our freedoms, they don't come from you. They do not come from any man or woman on this earth. We are born by the laws and nature of God. We are free and we will walk in that freedom. We do not consent to give up a single liberty for the promise of any safety whatsoever. That's right. So I am here today to tell you that my God-given freedom, it trumps your collective fear every single time. Thank you. Thank you very much, because we are awake and there is no going back.
Before we begin with the individuals that requested to speak by phone, I'd like to do one final call for the individuals that requested to speak in person, so please listen for your name. If you hear your name, please come forward to the podium. Gabrielle LaBelle, Durban JVR, London JVR, Anna Holmes, Patricia Fearing, Beth Barnum, Amy Anderson, Becky Hofseth, Aria Morgan, Tori Cook, Lisa Hilkia, Brittany Parker, Roxana Espana, Jennifer LaBelle, Makala Jans Van Rensling, Jim Ellis, Ingrid Lopez, Carrie Johnson, Jeff Knoll, Paul Mochel, Adam Cross, Kaylee Liniamiez, and Virginia Patterson, and Lauren Picard.
Alan Curry, John Folk, Luke Weingarten, Kyle Kemper. I've been waiting all day. Me too.
I don't have speaker slips for you. We'll move on to the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
I requested, I filled out a form. You don't want to be here anymore. I filled out a form. I did too. John Wild. John Folk. I've been waiting all day like everybody else.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to our callers on the phone. We're going to go to our callers on the phone. Please call the callers on the phone.
For the individuals that requested to speak by phone, we'll be identifying you by the last 4 digits of your phone number. You'll hear notification that your call has been unmuted. You will then need to press *6 to unmute your phone. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. And if you could please identify the first caller.
Our first caller is 6444. 6444. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Hello, my name is Adam Fisher, and I'm a career data analyst, having advised Dr. Mark Galley, Secretary of the California HHSA. I'm urging the board that, based on the data we have, it is time to take further steps in San Diego to keep our people, especially kids who cannot yet be vaccinated, safe. These steps include an indoor mask mandate and vaccine requirements for some indoor activities. New COVID cases in San Diego are 3 times higher than a month ago, and hospitalizations are 5 times higher. So action is warranted. The good news is that we have the tools to take appropriate action. Vaccinations help, though they're not enough on their own. Masks have been shown to reduce transmission by reducing viral spread. A Duke study of over 1 million people concluded that proper masking is the most effective mitigation strategy to prevent secondary transmission. But masks, just like not smoking, must be followed by all to be effective. It's no more a choice than it is a choice to protect yourself from smoking by not smoking yourself. That does little good if others around you are smoking. Though CDPH requires unvaccinated individuals to mask indoors in public, this requirement is not enough. It is frequently violated by many people. As per the CDC, infected vaccinated individuals spread the virus as easily as unvaccinated ones. Breakthrough infections are no longer rare, with vaccine efficacy shown to be around 50% based on studies from Israel, the Mayo Clinic, and Qatar, among others. Finally, the CDC and CDPH have strongly recommended that everyone wear masks in public, regardless of vaccination status. Los Angeles and many other counties, representing half the population of California, have reinstituted indoor mask mandates for everyone. San Diego's case rates are worse than all of those counties, and it's time for San Diego to do the right thing and reinstitute an indoor mask mandate in line with CDC and CDPH recommendations. Furthermore, Los Angeles and San Francisco are also instituting vaccination requirements for a variety of indoor activities in order to curb the spread and keep their population safe, and San Diego should consider doing likewise. Finally, the county's own COVID website states that the county health officer order will be modified when certain triggers have been met, and those triggers have been well exceeded. So it's time for action to keep our community, especially the vulnerable kids.
Hey, quiet, quiet. It's not time. He's got like 16 seconds.
I'm about to tell you guys, I'm making a movie and you're all in it, okay? So look forward to that. You're all invited to the premiere. Mr. Fletcher, nice job. Nice job. Yeah.
You already spoke.
Sir, you may proceed.
Hold on, let you hold.
The caller with 644, if you would like to finish your statement, you have 10 seconds remaining.
Oh, yeah, no, I had finished. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 1861. 1861. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kevin Stevenson. I live in Escondido, and I have sat here listening to nearly 4 hours of unhinged death cultists who have promoted conspiracy theories and misinformation. And I would like to say without any sarcasm, thank you to Chair Nathan Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and Tara Lawson-Remer for their work to improve the County of San Diego. I would also like to say, Mr. Jim Desmond, are you happy? Are you happy with this death cult of yours? Are you happy with the responses that we've been getting, the people who support you? Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself? These people are unhinged maniacs who are going to get us all killed.
Folks, mutual respect.
Let them talk. Let them have their talk. Let them have their time. That's fine.
All right, I'm just going to say a few other things real quick. So I just want to point out that the Let Them Breathe folks are an AstroTurf group funded by big money, people who go from school board meeting to school board meeting, who don't even live in those neighborhoods. They're basically a tour. I would also like to remind everyone that the Ku Klux Coffee Company person who spoke earlier from Escondido, he is a literal insurrectionist who should be in prison right now.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, if you don't believe me,
I'm
the
going to ask
proof
the
is on his
speaker. Hey, on the
Instagram
phone,
page.
I'm going to ask you to please pause. We're going to pause your time. Now, look, here's the deal. Everyone gets to say their what they want to say, right? That's free speech. Whether you like it or you don't like it, it doesn't matter. And we haven't interrupted anyone who's come up here and spoke, whether I agreed or disagreed. Haven't interrupted your time. We've given you their time. Now, we're going to extend that same courtesy to everyone else who calls in. Okay, so we need everyone to just let everyone have their say. That's free speech, and they get to call in without being interrupted. And then when we're done, the board will deliberate without interruption. All right, now we need to do that. I want everyone to be able to stay and participate fully in this meeting, but we have to extend that basic courtesy and respect. Their speech has as much right to be heard as anyone's speech. So caller, I apologize for interrupting you. We will start your time where it was and allow you to continue without interruption.
Okay, no problem. How much more time do I have?
You have 7 seconds.
Mr. Fletcher?
7 seconds.
All right. All right. One other thing to Chair Fletcher and Wilma Wooten, KUSI, if you're listening, I sincerely hope that those two sue your asses for all the smears and defamation that KUSI has done.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is 8733. 8733, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jacqueline Zook. I'd like to bridge the gap between the entrenched opinions on each side. It appears from listening to all of you that the problem lies in not knowing what to believe about the data. I am a molecular biologist. If there's one thing scientists do, it's disagree. The entire point of science is to find fault with existing knowledge and correct it to make it a name for oneself. Therefore, when you hear broad consensus among scientists, you know there is some grant money on the line. Scientists only agree when we know it will financially benefit us. I know this is shocking to hear. Do you remember when some scientists were saying that COVID came from the Wuhan lab and Fauci dismissed it as a conspiracy theory? Now suddenly, it's not a conspiracy theory and may in fact be true. This change of heart should lead you to be more skeptical of claims by Fauci and others. In fact, right here in San Diego County, we have Scripps Research. Did you know that it was losing $20 million a year until Shenzhen Bay Laboratory, run by the Chinese Communist Party, bailed them out with a partnership? Did you know that Christine Anderson, a scientist there, disagreed with Fauci on the lab leak privately, but agreed with Fauci in public? Did you know Christine got $23 million in grants approved by Fauci? It is time to take off your blinders. There is no such thing as the science. Science is a method involving questioning and experimenting. Our freedoms are being confiscated by those who have abused the public trust and made a mockery of science by insisting on one possible interpretation, their own. It is time to throw off these ridiculous restrictions because they never had anything to do with our health. They are the result of greed and money changing hands at the highest levels of government. Thank you.
Our next caller is 2350. 2350. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting. Earlier today, Governor Newsom announced an executive order to California hospitals to prepare for a surge of Delta COVID-19 cases.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the audio record? Ma'am, can you please state your name
yes,
for the audio
my
record?
name is Catherine.
Thank you.
It is imperative that San Diego County implement an indoor mask mandate immediately, as well as encourage that the masks worn are higher filtration masks, a KN94 or above. Indoor masking should be for everyone, regardless of vaccination status, as 7 counties, including Los Angeles, have already done. I would like to note that San Diego's community transmission is currently higher than all of those counties, and yet we are doing less than those counties to reduce spread and protect the vulnerable in our community who cannot be vaccinated, such as our school children who are scheduled to return to in-person school in 2 weeks. We also need to continue to encourage and require vaccinations where necessary for all infectious diseases, including COVID-19. At the rate of increasing community spread, we are looking at case rates among children that will be as high as 2 times what they were at the peak in January. Rady's Children's is already more full than ever, with kids that are sicker than they have ever been. Additionally, the Delta variant is more severe in children and adults. Our youngest students are the most vulnerable, and they cannot yet be vaccinated. Please do not force them to become our district science experiment by failing to take measures that can reduce community spread and make it safer for them to attend school at the end of this month. Please do not keep asking our children and vulnerable to keep bearing the brunt of this pandemic. As adults, we have a responsibility and a moral obligation to protect our children by using scientifically proven measures that reduce spread. The fact is and remains that the loudest groups against pro-science measures to protect the community are, in reality, small fringe groups. The rest of us are listening to experts, scientists, public health directors, and using common sense. And we rely on and expect the county supervisors to do the right thing by the larger community.
Thank you. Your
It's
time
even
is
our
up.
responsibility.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is 4974. 4974. Please press *6 to unmute. 4974. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Michelle Krug, and I also would really like to give kudos and appreciation to Supervisors Nathan Fletcher, Nora Vargas, and Tara Lawson-Weimer. You are real leaders, not just in this county, but in the country, probably across the world, because this is exactly what needs to happen in terms of actually us caring about our neighbors, are caring about our community. And I so appreciate your leadership and the fact that you have continued to reassess, to open up as much as is at all reasonable, and then looking again at the numbers and the changes of different variants. I just very much want to thank you and tell you that everybody that I know is very appreciative of how you have handled that. They can't necessarily call in. I'm retired. I do have that ability. So I am also voicing their voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is 8237. 8237. Please press *6 to unmute. 8237. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Tara Quick. I am a mother of 3 children with medical issues, a CPA, and a youth mentor. I am a data and research nerd and have closely followed the local, state, and country COVID data, as well as peer-reviewed legitimate science and various experts. And not just the approved experts, most of which have never treated a COVID patient. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your time. I am here to advocate for medical intervention choice. Specifically, I am asking that the county board petitions the state for local control
to collaborate with schools and industries to come up with common sense, adaptable solutions to dealing with COVID-19, rather than a blanket state mandates without regard for the community that you're in, for the people in the community, specifically for schools. We are aware of the ways schools are in a tough spot with liability being strong-armed by the CDPH. I must speak up for my kids. I come respectfully as a concerned parent, my children's advocates, and their voices. Why am I for choice? Masks and vaccines are medical interventions. All have risks, so there must be choice, free of coercion. Also, no healthcare is one size fits all. As having medical issues myself and 3 children with various medical issues, I am deeply aware of this. Masks are not proven effective at preventing the spread of respiratory viruses. If you look at the December 2020 World Health Organization mask guidance, they state unequivocally that there is limited and inconsistent scientific evidence to support masking of healthy people in the community. Vaccines are proving less effective when facing the Delta variant, which is the dominant variant at this point, as Dr. Wooten pointed out. Boosters are being ramped up. Dr. Wooten stated that San Diego County has almost reached the goal of 75% full vaccination and has exceeded 75% for first dose. So my question is, where does this end? What is the end goal? What are we looking for here? Vaccines aren't the solution, so why are we still pushing it on everyone? Masks, there is limited, inconsistent scientific evidence to support masking of healthy people, according to the World Health Organization.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is 2622. 2622. Please press *6 to unmute. 2622. Please press *6 to unmute. We'll come back. Our next speaker is...
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I am Bob Weller. I'm from Escondido, and actually I've known Nathan Fletcher for about 15 years, and Joel Anderson for about 15 years, and Tara Lawson-Reamer is my supervisor. And so, guys, thanks for hanging in there all day. Pretty long day. Take abuse on both sides. I did just want to say that, you know, I've heard that, like, I'm part of a small fringe group. Well, I would definitely like to say that, you know, I have been vaccinated. My wife has been vaccinated. Our kids often wear masks. We often wear masks. But the mandating of mask wearing for our children in school has gone on too long, and I'm opposed to it. Supervisor Lawson, I read your bio online, and you come from a family of fighters, of rebellious fighters. And I want to appeal to you, because you're like the swing vote on this board. I want to appeal to you that you are seeing people that are fighters that are not willing to just go down without arguing or fighting for our rights. I saw that you got arrested for scaling a building in climbing gear so that you could be heard. I applaud you for that. Please hear us, that we are standing up for our rights, and give us some hope. Help meet us halfway, that we can somewhere find that our kids don't have to wear masks, because honestly, we're afraid that at some point they're going to be required to be mandatorily vaccinated, and we won't allow it. Hey, thanks for your time today, gang.
Our next speaker is 7872. 7872. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning. This is Allie Hartman with Reopen San Diego. Hi, everybody. Just a few things. So I noticed that you guys actually got a few people to call in. Good job. So you got one beta male and Michelle Cruz on your side. Way to go. Awesome. Well, you know what? We're sick of it. I'm here today to call out your participation in the fraud and medical tyranny being perpetrated on the good people of San Diego. As a former middle school science teacher who used to teach the principles of scientific inquiry, of which you all, including our public health officer, seems to have forgotten, I'm going to explain a few things to you. I've also emailed you all the sources used for this, for each point for your reference. A few questions to start. If the masks work, then why do we need a vaccine? If the vaccine works, then why do we need masks? Why the need now for booster shots? How many shots a year will we need? Who is deciding how many shots we need? What's the long-term safety data on having that many shots that involve an experimental and brand new technology? The fact of the matter is that these shots do not confer immunity, they do not prevent transmission, and they involve highly experimental gene therapy for which zero long-term safety data is known. I doubt if Wilma Wooten knows this, but we do. Even the CDC has admitted this. We also know how bad Wooten botched the Hep A response here in San Diego. And the fact that she's even allowed to handle anything, let alone a large, quote, pandemic response, is an egregious error on the part of our local elected body. That reflects in all of you as well. Disaster of leadership is putting it mildly. That's all I have to say. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is 5810. 5810. Please press *6 to unmute.
I'm Dean Haddock, and I run thegreatcovidboycott.org, where we're fighting back and helping people boycott the businesses kowtowing to your fraudulent state of emergency and medical-based segregation. Now, as a legal citizen of the County of San Diego and the United States, I hereby call on the San Diego County District Attorney or any legal authority with jurisdiction for the immediate arrest and prosecution of County Supervisor Nathan Fletcher for allegedly violating Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1961 through 1968, also known as the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, or RICO Act, for extorting San Diego citizens into submitting to experimental injections, invasive medical procedures, and unprecedented digital tracking, all of which benefit his major donors and their constituents by means of withholding our rights, threats of violence, inciting fear, and constant intimidation. There are words for this, Mr. Fletcher: extortion, racketeering, and I hope you are the first of many, many fellows along your little racket there. So, my fellow citizens, find the others and resist. Resist as if your lives depend on it, because they do. Go about your lives and enjoy this beautiful world. Ignore these petty tyrants as they ignore you. History proves you cannot comply your way out of tyranny. Ask yourself who benefits from these orders, because it definitely isn't us. Now, to the board, where do we go from here? Because I'm never taking one of your so-called vaccines. You got it? So what's your plan for me? To be banned from your sick new society? To not have a job? To not be allowed to buy groceries? To not be allowed to travel? To be placed in an unvaccinated internment camp? To eventually be put to death in the killing fields by your goon squad? Tell me where and when it is. When does it end? You can't tell me, because you know it doesn't. So we'll end it for you right now. Pandemic over. No confidence.
Thank you. Our next caller is 4364. 4364. Please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Kira Krejci. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can see why people in support of communism chose to call in and not actually show up. Wrong crowd for that. I was there earlier, but I had to leave. I have a toddler and an infant that I had with me. I didn't want to come today or speak today. This is not my thing. I'm angry that I have to beg elected officials for my God-given constitutional rights. But if I didn't get out here, did not show up, I wouldn't be doing my kids any good. I'm one of those mental health stories. I'm one of these people who couldn't give two craps about COVID, nor do I or my family have any fear of this so-called virus. But what I do fear, and I have since this started in early 2020, is total government control. Exactly what's happening right now in America. Which happens by scaring, total government control, which happens by scaring and then subsequently brainwashing the masses. This notion scared the hell out of me and really continues to do so. I stayed strong as long as I could for my kids and my family. Last summer, I became pregnant with my youngest child, and at about 3 months into the pregnancy, the walls came crumbling down around me. I had to go to all doctor appointments alone and wear a mask without anyone, with the fear of what might happen, what government overreach would be allowed once it was time to have my child at the hospital. This, coupled with 2 small kids at home, with no one to play with, nothing to do or look forward to, I lost it. I thought I was going to die. Anxiety and panic overcame me. I physically could not breathe. I thought my throat was closing, and ultimately I was dying. I wanted to kill myself, which is something I'd never experienced in my life. It was anxiety and severe depression. I felt trapped in this country, trapped in this state, trapped in this city, trapped in my home, trapped in my own body. I had to pay over $10,000 in out-of-pocket.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next caller is 9750. 9750. If you'd like to speak on this item, please press *6 to unmute. 9750.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Brian Thompson. I go to the Awoken Church, and I love coffee. Someone called him a terrorist. He's a true patriot. He was at the storming of the Capitol, but he's a patriot. You all are a bunch of pawns of George Soros. You're all a bunch of criminals. You take a picture from SDPD Sergeant Randolph, because we need to stand up. This is 1776. We the people. These colors don't run. Loud noises. You know, it's been nice to hear from other freedom fighters in this bubble here. You know, every day I hear that I'm an idiot and I'm stupid and I'm wrong, but you all need to do your own research. You need to Google anti-vax daddy. Now that is a smart man. Black Lives Matter. What about children's smiles? Children's smiles matter. You know, we need to bring back evictions. Think of the poor landlords. These people, they need to get back to work. I'm a landscaping business owner, and I can't get anyone to work for me for minimum wage. They're all lazy. You know, where we go one, we go all. Thank you, true patriots out there. Have a wonderful day.
Our next caller is 0566. 0566. If you'd like to speak on this matter, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so public health is not a personal choice. San Diego has the worst case rates of all other California counties that have mandated indoor masks. I'm urging our San Diego leaders to reinstate mandating indoor masking here in San Diego County.
Ma'am, can you please state your name for the audio record? Can you please state your name for the audio record?
Yes. Sorry, my name is Danielle Carlock Stewart.
Thank you.
The majority of San Diego children will begin school in less than 2 weeks, and yet COVID case rates in children are 7 times higher in children ahead in the 0 to 9 category than they were this time last year. We now have an even more infectious, dangerous variant threatening our unvaccinated children. In the last month, we have seen over 400% increase in cases in children, and hospitalization rates have tripled right as we approach the full reopening of schools. We have a front row seat as we watch schools in surrounding districts reopen during the 4th surge. The LA Unified School District requires students and staff to undergo COVID-19 testing, and baseline screening conducted in the last 2 weeks uncovered more than 3,600 positive cases. To protect the health of our kids while ensuring that our schools stay open, it is therefore imperative that you urgently reinstate a countywide mask mandate. We know proper masking and mask wearing and other mitigation factors work. Please take this small step to prevent the spread in schools where unvaccinated kids are most vulnerable. Delta is a more contagious variant, and we are going to see that children and schools do become more of a focal point of spread. As a community of humans, we must do better to protect each other. Please do more to stem the tide of our surging infection rates and protect our kids, most of whom haven't had the opportunity to be vaccinated. It is important that the county take the lead and show a stronger commitment to mitigation. Thank you.
And that concludes our individuals I requested to speak by phone. We'll now hear from the final 2 individuals in person, John Folk and Kyle Cooter.
Thank you very much for listening to me. It's going to be a little bit of history here, so listen up. My name is John Vanderbilt Folk. My topic is courage, duty, honor, and country. I'm a retired U.S. Army officer. I'm also a caregiver to my 86-year young father, and I'm also a resident of San Diego since 2010. But I've been coming to San Diego since I was 3 years old, and I love this place. I suffer from PTSD, depression, pain from 2 back surgeries, and most recently I found out I have a DNA on my legs below my knees from 2 COVID shots. Yes, I got my shots to take care of my dad, and I'm going to fight these damn things the rest of my life. But that's okay, because my dad's more important. They're as hard as rock some days. I just turned 60. My gift was my legs, and my dad turned positive COVID while we were in Alaska. And I wanted to get him home to San Diego because I know the care of Balboa. That's where I wanted to get him home. I will battle this for the rest of my life. I will survive. I will fight on. I'm standing here today because my great-grandfather had the freedom to travel from Long Island, New York, to the gold rush in 1874 to 1877, when he went over the trail into Skagway and down the Yukon headwaters to Dawson, married my great-grandmother and had my grandfather. He had the freedom to travel without a mask across this great country. I just got back from 13 days in Alaska with my dad, tested negative 3 times in a row. Finally, coming back from Denali, I said, Dad, we got to get your chest checked out. It's too much wheezing. I thought he had pneumonia. I said, you got a choice, the VA hospital, Elmendorf Air Force Base, or urgent care. He said, you're overkill. I said, no, I'm not, Dad. You're going to urgent care. Number 1, I want this pandemic over for this fine city of America, for San Diego. We deserve it. We deserve it. Mask and forced shot rules are taking away our freedom, our health. They are taking away our children's young lives. Let them live their young lives. I wear the flag proudly. I got 2 minutes. Hold on. Duty, honor, and country is what I taught soldiers for 22 years. I love this place I now call home. San Diego, California. Stop the restrictions. Stop the lockdowns. Rescind the health orders. Follow the Constitution. Follow your oaths. Make us proud again to be San Diegans. I will not stand for this anymore. I will succeed. We will not go quietly like lambs in a long load.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Get on board. Help San Diego. Resign now or go home. God bless San Diego, and God bless America.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Kyle Kemper. I am a resident of Carlsbad. In the words of Gandhi, I ask everybody to be truthful, fearless, and gentle in our actions. The world is becoming increasingly polarized, and there is incredible hate that is growing and disgust that is growing amongst parties. This happened in Germany too in the 30s. Hitler pried upon disgust and hate to get the majority of the population to hate a certain portion of the population. There is an article that I suggest everybody reads called Mob Mentality and the Unvaxxed to understand where this is going and how the unvaxxed are being set up as pollution to be cleansed. It is tantamount to genocide. There is so much evidence, but it doesn't matter anymore. The science is not up for debate, and shown very clear science, one is still standing behind their views around safety and society. And I don't want to get into that, but I also do want to say to our sheriffs, to our deputy sheriffs, you are an executive branch. You hold power. You do not report to Nathan Fletcher. You do not report to Governor Newsom. You do not report to President Biden. You are your own branch, your executive branch. You have power to make sure the law of the land is upheld, and you took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States and California. We need your help. Crimes are being committed. They're being committed in plain sight. It is time for you. I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm not a sheriff. You are the sheriff. You signed up for this role. You signed up for this role. Come together.
Thank you, sir. Your time
Figure out how to solve this problem and bring law back to this land.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the incredible parents and the humans who showed up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. You already spoke on this item, sir. Y'all think I wasn't paying attention. You already spoke. I heard you. So you only get to speak once on the item. Thank you. So that concludes public comment on this item. I want to thank everyone who came down today. We're going to go into a board discussion on this item. You know, I think everyone who's lived through the last year and a half in San Diego is aware of what a difficult and rough year it's been. We also are aware of the incredibly divisive times we live in, the lack of trust in institutions, the lack of trust across so many different realms, and the reality that so much of everything in life that for decades on end in America wasn't partisan has become partisan or ideological or tribal or whatever term it is we want to convey. I am encouraged daily by the reality that more than 85% of eligible San Diegans have gotten a vaccine. And I think, now hold on, we're gonna allow ourselves to continue here. We're not gonna interrupt what we're doing. And because of that reality, as one of the counties in California and across the country with the highest rates of vaccination, even though we're seeing a spike in cases today being one of the highest days we've had, going back until pre-vaccine, because of that, we're able to maintain the integrity of our healthcare system. And the goal throughout COVID was maintaining the integrity of our healthcare system. And because we're able to do that, we're able to continue with our economy fully reopened. There are no restrictions on businesses, on economic opportunities. We're able to get our kids back in school, back in the classroom learning. And that is because of the vaccine and because of the high utilization rates we've seen across San Diego County. And that is encouraging to us. And if you look at other states around the country that have not had the utilization of vaccines, they are in a much different situation. And their residents will suffer because of that. And when we come out of this and we look back, we'll always be able to second guess, we should have done this at this date or this at that time. But when you look at the death rate of San Diegans compared to many other states, Texas, Florida, Alabama, Arkansas, you can see the significant numbers of lives that have been saved. Doesn't mean that what we did to avoid overwhelming our healthcare system didn't have negative implications. Of course it did. But we did not have a collapse of our healthcare system. And we worked to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, and we did it in spite of great difficulty. We did it asking people to do things that were very hard. We did it in an era, again, of epic misinformation, of epic disagreements about what's happening, a period of time where trust in doctors and facts and science are a very challenging thing. And so I appreciate the tremendous work that Dr. Wooten, our Health and Human Services team have done. I appreciate the tremendous resilience and patience of our small business community and our teachers and our schools and everyone who has gone through a lot. And my hope is that we can slow this spread, that we can continue to have our economic recovery and rebuild, and we can move forward. And I'm going to continue to do what I believe is right. In spite of pressure, we don't want to remove people. Now, hey, y'all, we've made it almost 6.5 hours together here. And I want us to all finish this meeting together here, but we're not going to interrupt the functioning of the meeting. And so I believe we've got to continue to rely on our public health experts and scientists. We've got to continue to trust our doctors, and I will continue to do that in spite of any pressure or intimidation or other efforts that come forward. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 8 recommendations in Agenda Item 7 and to have us move forward on to our next item.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second the motion, Chair Fletcher, and thank you for your comments. And I also want to thank Dr. Wooten and Health and Human Services and everyone of our team. I mean, the data is clear that our county is experiencing a surge in positive COVID-19 cases, and the vast majority of people getting infected in our county are those that are unvaccinated. And so as we continue our mitigation efforts, I can't stress enough the importance of people getting their vaccines and adhering to public health care guidelines and ensure everyone, we're doing everything we can to ensure everyone who's eligible has a chance to get a vaccine. In regard to the actions, and I support them wholeheartedly, I just want to share that I want to thank the county staff for bringing the Safer at School Early Alert System contract extension earlier this year in partnership with UCSD. The county began this program, and it proved to be successful at detecting COVID-19 at schools through testing of wastewater. So I'm very pleased to know that the schools that will be selected as part of this contract will be those schools that are located on low HPI quartile and are located in high case rate areas. So with schools reopening in our county for in-person learning, this is Safer at School Early Alert System will help serve as another mechanism to help ensure that our kids are kept safe. So I want to again thank all of the county staff for for continued work and mitigating the pandemic, and I'm happy to support the recommendations and happy to support the motion. Second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Vargas. We'll go to Supervisor Anderson.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank you. We had a lively debate today. People came from long distances, waited a long period of time, and I know we had a little bit of a snafu with the speaking slips. I appreciate you going back and not being so much of a stickler that those people weren't heard, because I think it's important that we listen to our constituents, and I'm grateful that so many people showed up because I think their voices need to be heard on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good job in leading the meeting. So what I would like to say is thank you to staff for the presentation and all the information that was given today. However, I have to say I do take exemption to, I guess, the way the hospitalizations were presented. It does show a large increase over 30 days from 150 people in the hospital to 551. And I know we do not want to overwhelm our healthcare system, but at the peak during COVID, about a year or so ago, we had about 4,500 patients in there. And so the fact that we had that many patients, 4,500 at that time, and we have 551 now, that's an 88% decrease from the max of COVID from the year before. So I don't think, our hospitalizations are increasing. I don't want to see, them get any further or any worse. But I do think that, down 88% from the peak for the hospitalizations, I do not think warrants any vaccine mandates. So,
Sir, your outbursts are disrupting the conduct of the meeting. This is your first warning.
Okay, thank you. Come on. You're hurting your cause. All right, so as our case numbers continue to rise, I think it's important that we take a step back and look at the data in hopes of returning to some sort of a normal. The data shows that the vaccines reduce the severity of the symptoms. It doesn't reduce the spread, but it definitely does reduce the symptoms that are caused by the COVID or the Delta variant. So I encourage people, if you want a vaccine, get one. It's readily available. But I will fight and I will stand up for anyone's right who does not want to get the vaccine. And as we've learned, the vaccines are not the complete and the definitive answer. COVID is here to stay. This Delta variant, or whatever the next variant is, we have to learn to live with the virus. So we have to allow our opportunities for parents to return their kids to in-person learning. We got to allow business owners to continue to operate and provide jobs. And we also have to get the workforce back to work so they can provide for their families, so we don't have to burden landlords with no rent. When it comes to vaccination verifications or vaccines passports, to me it really comes down to trust. And public health and government only work together when there is trust. And the public needs to trust our health officers, but also our health officers have to learn to trust the public. And coercing people to take a vaccine, and if not, they can't keep their jobs or keep their kids in school, does not promote trust. It's coercion. So I'm completely against workplace mandating vaccinations for their employees and forcing people to choose between being inoculated or providing for their family. I'm glad to see that most entities, including the County of San Diego here, are allowing the option. If people aren't vaccinated, they have the option to getting COVID tested weekly if they're not vaccinated, rather than having the mandatory vaccinations or losing their jobs. I know. Well, I want to say, though, that I'm against vaccine and against mandatory vaccine. We know the vaccines work to prevent the symptoms. We've heard the numbers today. We've seen how many people are in the hospital that have not been vaccinated, and the vast majority of those that have not been vaccinated are the ones in the hospitals. Also, it's very encouraging that the people in the 70 to 79 age group have over 98% of them getting the vaccination. So in the 50 plus and 50 and 60-year-olds, I think there's huge, like over 80% of those that have gotten the vaccination. So I'm very glad, very proud of the efforts that have gone forward to protect our most vulnerable. But we got to let the numbers speak for themselves. And I agree with people who are saying, let's educate and encourage total health, not just vaccinations for people, and we need to gain their trust before it's too late. I would like to add, though, to the motion, if I could, and I've done this before when we had COVID last year. I had asked for more of a balanced presentation when we do get the COVID updates, and at that point in time, it was more about the economy and about getting jobs back. And so I wanted, I think every other time we had updates on how the economy is being affected, how many job losses there were, how much the, I guess, the sand egg numbers on the effects of the economics with COVID. Well, I heard a lot of people say today they're talking about the negative effects of the vaccine. So I would like to ask the maker of the motion, potentially, or either direction to staff, though, that we get at the next COVID update the mental health effects, the fentanyl deaths, the suicide effects, any difficulty or any adverse effects to the vaccinations. And if we can get that, the county, state, and federal, and not so we can point fingers at each other, but just so we get the whole picture is really what I'm trying to do and get at. So I would like that to be part of our next COVID update, so we get the negative impacts of the vaccinations with the information that's out there, just the data, not any political positions on it, but want to get the data on the that people talked about here. So I'd like to get that. If I don't know if any.
That's fine. So we can take that as a friendly amendment, and
okay.
I think data and transparency with data is good, and so I think the impacts of the vaccine, both in terms of what we've seen, with the impacts, the positive impacts with lower hospitalizations, any negative adverse reactions. I think all of that data in context and in totality should be shared, and we should put that in our next COVID update.
And the mental health, suicides, and things like that have come out because of how we've handled COVID.
Because we've certainly seen, supervisors, we've certainly seen an increase in overdose deaths. They've been increasing many years. And then I don't think we fully understand why suicide numbers in 2020 were lower than 2019. And so I think those are things we should look at that data. We should ask those questions,
and that's
and
news
really
to me,
try to
so
understand why.
Let's get those numbers.
So I fully support the sharing of data around all of those issues, and we're happy to add that into the recommendation.
Thank you.
So, let's go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Thank you, Supervisor.
Hi, thank you so much. I just really wanted to thank staff for all your incredible hard work throughout this entire pandemic, and as we are facing the Delta variant and continue to face so many challenges. But I also wanted to thank everyone who made their opinion heard and made their voice heard today. It's such an important part of our democratic process, and this is why we have open government. And I'm just really grateful for everyone's comments and everyone's input, and also, frankly, for everyone's participation in an orderly process that allowed so many voices to be heard. I think it was just really a testament to how we can persevere to listen to each other, even in the most difficult of times. So thank you all so much for all your work and for hanging in together in these really hard times. And I'll be happy to support the motion.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Vargas, to adopt the 8 recommendations included in this, and then including presentation on data surrounding all the issues discussed at our next COVID update board meeting. With that, not seeing any additional requests from my colleagues to speak, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
Chair Fletcher.
Fletcher, aye.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We need to give our staff a break. We've been going for about 6.5 hours. We're going to take a 30-minute recess. We're going to take a 30-minute recess. Closed session will be pushed until after tomorrow's land use meeting, but we will reconvene at 6:15 p.m. this evening, where we will pick up the rest of our agenda, work through that, and then get to our final non-agendized public speakers. 6:15 will be reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff, I sent you an email. August 17th, got those persons.